experts call toxic masculinity.
Research found the underlying cause for could-be masculinity context culture.
Toxic masculinity, we've sort of heard this phrase popping up. The phrase has gained a lot of attention recently, especially with the Me Too movement.
It's showtime.
I'm no godless Tommy. I fought the Star-Spangled Banner.
You bring the cavalry?
Woman, I am the cavalry.
They are my people. I am their sovereign. I love them.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Are you ready for this now?
Knock. Stick around.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to Masculine Mondays, episode number 42. Coming at you tonight, we're talking about Denzel Washington's Man on Fire, arguably one of his best movies, some might say. But the question at hand is this what really makes the masculine sacrifice the best? Is this really his most masculine movie? Because last year, for those of you that have been around since the beginning, we talked about The Book of Eli, which was definitely a very good masculine movie worth talking about. So we're going to continue that discussion here with the trending of masculine sacrifice here. And joining me, as always, is my lovely panel of Mr. Emperor, Goodwin, Leon Idol, and Blue Collar Lehu Zahir. How are you gentlemen doing tonight?
Good.
It's cheat day, so I'm feeling rough.
I saw that. You eating those Japanese snacks. That's okay.
Look, man, I feel like one meal a week when doing one meal a day is totally justifiable. They looked good, did they not?
They did. I was like, oh, I would partake in the same thing. So
yeah, it was a good day. But high on life right now, babies. Let's go.
It was definitely better than
Denzel film.
2 weeks ago where Leon and I had like a brick sitting right below our sternum, and we're desperately wishing for death.
What's up, Isaac? How you doing?
What's up? Doing well. Happy to be here. Yeah, we just wrapped up a little bit of Golden Age podcasting, and great to have you on as always, man. So happy to be here covering this, I gotta say, pretty based movie with Denzel.
Yes,
really big fan. So
Yeah, like I said, this is without a doubt my favorite Denzel film.
Yeah, I'd say for me, it's definitely between this and Book of Eli. But
I love Book of Eli, but Book of Eli I love so much because it's basically a Fallout adaptation. But this, I think, it slightly edges out Book of Eli. Both are better than Training Day. I like Training Day, but both of these movies
I fully agree with that. They are both definitely better. Yes,
that's true. Training Day is also a
and I like
good
Training
one.
Day. I'm not knocking it. I think it's just part of like the whole ex-cop thing is how unfucking realistic. It's hard for me to immerse myself in Training Day because it just like I don't know.
I can only imagine
in that disbelief.
Right. Yeah. I was on Isaac's podcast, his stream a little bit earlier, or right before this Golden podcast. So check him out. Links in the description below, as everyone else's. And we were talking about some politics, but one of the things that we were mentioning about Man of Fire is that it had been probably about 6 years since I watched these. I remember last watching it when COVID hit, and there was really nothing much else better to do than just binge movies. Like I remember I binged the entire James Bond collection as well, but it had been a while, and I'd say at that point in time, compared to watching it now, I felt a little bit differently about the movie, not in a bad way, but just because I think I have more value in life with little ones that are in my family, and it definitely makes you think about certain things differently. It definitely it hit me in a different perspective where it's like, I mean, I've always thought like, you kidnap kids, you're a PDF or all that kind of stuff. There's only one solution, and it's called a wood chipper.
Feet first, yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
So it's funny you mentioned like the little ones and whatnot. I didn't rewatch the movie for the stream because I just rewatched it 3 months ago because I showed my little one this movie. I showed my 11-year-old kid this movie and it broke her.
I bet.
Was like, because first of all, not to be that parent that's always like bragging on the kids because I fucking hate parents who do that. My kid's pretty fucking smart. I mean, she like I showed her Lord of the Rings like 6 years old. She understood everything. And she's a very sensitive child. Like she broke down about the emotional turmoil of Gollum versus Smeagol, and she understood it perfectly. So, and that was at 6. So at 11, showing her this movie about like child trafficking and stuff. This movie really kind of fucked my kid up, but it was also awesome, and she did like it. So I got to like sort of vicariously re-experience this movie, both from the father perspective and that of a child of roughly the same age as Dakota Fanning was abducted. It was rough, but it was fun.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering what you might say in particular, Leon, because I know obviously because you have a daughter, so it's like just I mean, and you think about what might happen if I guess anyone out there who's watching this, if you have a little one, whether it be a niece, or a daughter, like what would you do if you were in John Creasy's shoes? Because it's like you don't. I mean, I think we all have an idea of what might happen, but until you're driven to that point, and and obviously there's a lot that he goes through it, and especially in this movie for his whole entire arc, but there's definitely a lot to go over. So I want to jump in here and say what's up to the chat, and we did start on time tonight, so I didn't see any latent gay comments from our boy Waylon here. Just remember, Jensen got both Kyne's Country and Western. How you doing, bud? And Ronan was just chatting with him on Isaac's stream. So shout out to you, Ronan.
Shout out, Ronan. Yeah.
Bootso, what's going on? Just watched this movie again a couple hours ago on AMC. Oh, so good. I hadn't seen it in about 10 years. That is awesome. Glad to hear that, man. Our boy Jamma Lama. Surf's up, my dude. I'm not a Violator Raider, except I am actually. I know. Don't lie to us. Cliff 420, how is it going, sir? Thank you for coming over here with the raid. Same for Mr. Melancholy. Daxy Laxy, I saw you dipped out though. You will be forgiven, my furry friend. But I guess
not
I'll see you later.
But
right, I don't want to see your furriness. Just hear your voice somewhere else. Perhaps another stream. Rabnad, Violator Raid. I haven't seen this movie.
Hey, hold up. No, but watch.
But I'll try to watch it this year. All right. I did watch Secondhand Lions last night.
Look at that.
Yeah, I love to see that. You know what? You've redeemed yourself, Rapnap, for not seeing this movie because Secondhand Lions is amazing. R.I.P. the legend Robert Duvall.
Dude, we reviewed that in the I don't want to say the perfect time, but appropriate time.
Listen, we're not trying to get all tinfoil haters on here, right? But there's been a couple movies we've reviewed or we're planning on reviewing that I was like, hey, guys, send out the list of movies in advance. Like, here's what we're going to cover in the next couple months.
All right.
And then someone just happens to.
In that case, Nick, I am going to petition next week. We review it in a league of their own. Rosie O'Donnell's movie. So
look, April Fool's is coming. So I mean, we could do it just for the sake of being a joke, and then just trying to find something to talk about. Perhaps
I think what happens is that once you've been on Masculine Mondays, you really kind of hit the peak. It's all downhill from there, and they're just like, you know what, I can go out on top.
Yes. Yep. It's like, you know what, guys, they've brought the masculinity to the rest of the world. They're sharing the good word.
They've recognized my work. They saw it for what it was. It's time for me to check out now. I'm going to leave it. I can pass it down now.
Yep. Indeed. Rio, how's it going, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Eagle Lord 9898. Hail chat. Hail to you, Eagle Lord. So, Demon Carol, one of the good Aussies over here. Love to see you, man. GG's in the games. Good thing we don't have to hear Vex's opinion on this movie. You know, I was almost going to extend the invite to Vex, but I didn't want her to have a bad Vexgasm 2 nights in a row because tomorrow we're obviously dragging her ass through Primal. So that's probably just enough to torment her as it is. Yeah. So, Ebonics Kang, just throwing up a ton of super stickers here.
You got 5 bananas. Enjoy that.
5 bananas. Kate is not in the stream, but I appreciate it though.
Black History Month. Black History Month.
Yeah, that is true. Right. Yeah. Denzel. I get it.
Denzel. Yeah.
I get it.
So we're doing
Thank
the
you,
old
Mr.
Negro
Kang.
space
Yeah.
program then, right?
Yeah. Last stream of the week will be on NASA.
Yes, absolutely.
I was telling Isaac about that earlier.
I need to research this more. Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, the blackout has tried to keep it quiet for far too long.
Wow.
We're doing our part to get the truth out. Truth shall make us free.
Yeah. So
those white devils suppressing.
That's right.
Information.
Yeah. Listen, there's a great documentary video on YouTube. So yeah. I'll resend it to you. I have it bookmarked because I always need to watch it periodically.
This is information to me.
I believe we watched it on Nick's birthday.
We did. We did actually. We watched on the channel not too long ago, if I remember correctly. So, our young friend Hosty and I watched this a few weeks ago. He popped his Man on Fire cherry. Wow.
Easy there.
Ahoy, friends. Roman, how is it going?
What's up, Roman?
Hope you're doing well, man. And another strong man, Jacob Ironside. What's going on, my dude? Yakub in the house. LMA, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Hit that likey button. Indeed. And Jax, good to see you here, man. I've been seeing you in the chat. Appreciate it. Ebonics, I have to play a clip for you. I'd say to really kind of get and kick things off here. Nothing does it right like an explosion. The man was John Wicking before John Wicking was a thing.
Well, it's funny you say that because at first I was like, dude, I don't want to fucking do this movie. Like, what you mean like Man on Fire, that movie where Nick Cage is like trapped by bees and women and eventually gets set on fire? John Wicker Man?
Not the bees.
The 2 bees. Well, I'm gonna pull up our little preview here. For anyone that's new to the channel and is wondering, well, cool, but what the hell is Masculinity is all about? Yeah, we cover a new movie every week, and we talk about the masculinity in cinema and why it's important. And we talk about the various traits that each character possesses. And we take a handful of the primary characters, and we also, apply a little rating, a little fun rating. It could be perceived as something that's, inspired by maybe a game of sorts and some point scored methods. But we look at 3 main things. You've got the affirmation, you've got the inspiration, and aspiration, and those are the 3 main qualities that we apply. A red, yellow, green. We like to keep it basic, and I apologize if anyone's colorblind out there. Basically, bad, doesn't have it at all. Possesses, maybe gets to the halfway point, and is on the right track, and then fully, completes the cycle, fully understands and achieves the aspirational effect, the goal in life, and the being masculine here. So, we're gonna talk about all these things and a couple different scenes in particular. And so if you have any questions, there's also just a video in the description below that talks and shows more about a precursor and includes a bit of a couple other movies just as an example. Things we've covered here on the show, things we'll be covering here on the future, which you'll have to watch the video to know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. So. But bearing that in mind, let's get into it, shall we, gentlemen?
Indeed.
Sounds good. Yeah.
So, Man on Fire, Mr. Denzel Washington. Again, there's a plethora of traits that our characters possess. Again, like I said, this is just some of them. It's not every single one of them, but we always try to look at what these characters have to judge them and to see if they get to that point. Does Does John Creasy have any courage? Does he have any brotherhood? Does he make a sacrifice? Well, if you've watched the movie, then you know exactly what I'm referring to. But
Yeah, none of those happen at all. Fuck this movie.
yeah, I know. Just don't even talk about it. Again, I mentioned the AIA rating. So this is basically, again, what the characters should aim for. And not all of them possess it. And what we started to do recently is talk through it together. And as we jump into the first character here in just a second, normally we would start with our main character. Now I want to try something different. We're going to start a little bit backwards, and maybe get through some of the lesser characters. I know someone would be more amped or is like, yeah, just start talking about John Creasy now. Yeah. But I want to talk about Mr. Samuel Ramos first.
Oh,
You know, we'll get some of the other characters out of the way just because, you know, they might be lower on the masculine scale, of course, which is totally fine. But there, you know, like I said, there's just, you know, something to save the best for last, as the saying goes. So, yeah, he's he's the son of a father who might have had some, you know, wrongdoings, a bit of a past that might be questionable, and things that he was involved with. He's pressured by again his father's past. I'd say he does have responsibility, but it is compromised. He does have this familial loyalty, although, you know, there's some things that are questionable about what he allows to happen. Yeah, he is a weak man. He is not very strong in his ethics. There's a lot that I don't like about this character. But there again, I think it's at some cases he does love his family, but he allows this pressure, this outside pressure, and this fear to really distort his judgment and see clearly in what matters. And he's compromised. And this kind of shows how a form of masculine leadership collapses when something like his integrity falls and gives way to this desperation that he has in the movie here. So,
well, out the gate, I want to make it not that it will help the character in terms of the rating and whatnot, but I think that this is a unique character that, at least to my knowledge, we haven't really ran into a situation like this on the show before, because this is a very unique and, in some respects, you can say realistic character, or realistic depiction of the, you know, real life, how things actually do work in these, you know, third world shitholes. And while he does have these masculine failings, they're masculine failings through our, if we're being honest, like incredibly safe first world, you know, protected lens. So when you're living in these sort of, you know, cartel dystopia, as these shitholes are, certain aspects of masculinity are luxuries that just flat out can't be afforded, in my opinion. Not that again helps the character, the bad things that happen because of him, but I think it's worth noting.
So he certainly has the option to not be in this shithole. He's married to an American. He flies to Detroit and to meet with Ford and all that stuff, so he could get out if he wanted to. The problem is that he's kind of the cargo cult of masculinity. He knows that you have to have status and a name. Unfortunately, what he inherited from his father was a name only and a whole bunch of debts. And so he's becoming ever more desperate to try and make, you know, to try to carry on this business and
right,
and the family line. But he, again, his priorities are misplaced, and he puts his own family in danger, thinking, you know, he's kind of a fool to do it. But he's like, well, my lawyer said it'd be fine, this, that, whatever. It's like, my brother in Christ, what are you talking about? I mean,
yeah, like I said, it doesn't, the factors I point out doesn't necessarily change the outcomes or who he is or whatnot. I just also think that due to the fact that this is a more realistic aspect of the compromises you have to make masculinity that we don't usually see in a lot in the films that we cover on this panel.
Yeah, I mean, he's a weak man that causes a lot of his own problems. You know, we still have to live to a certain level because that's the you know, the position that we have to put out. No, you don't. And again, you have an option to get the fuck out of the country. You at least have enough resources to go to America. But now. It's the pride and it's kind of the bad mix of the macho with the kind of
Hubris,
acting like you care about the masculine virtues without actually having the virtue itself.
Yeah.
Definitely got a detection of, arrogant pride out of him, for sure. Like you said, more than likely he has the resources to evacuate the country and move to America, like you said, especially with an American wife. And he chose not to. He consciously chose not to. And intentions aside, it resulted in what it resulted in. Not to spoil the movie ahead of time, but, it's definitely not someone who I associate with masculine virtues, but like Leon said as well, it is a culture shock. There's a lot of aspects of living and societal issues that we're just detached from in the first world. And when you think of it, this is a couple 100 miles away from a lot of big American cities, and it's just totally different world.
True.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. Cannoli, what's going on, dude? Also, Cannoli, I don't know if you know about Vex's take on this movie, but you should ask her about it. Not on the masculinity, of course, just in the general movie. But so here's what I had for aspiration. This might be a little, a little considerate, but I give him a yellow for affirmation. And I only thought that because he does love his family to a certain extent, but again, because I think his integrity is compromised, it's like I was at first going to be reluctant to give him like a yellow on this, but I'm like, like red down the board. But I'm like, as I kind of thought about it more, I'm like, well, maybe for affirmation he gets a pass, but obviously just half a pass. Like, and that might be stretching it.
No, I think that's accurate because again, it's clear he loves his daughter.
Yes.
He's taking on a burden that he's wholly inadequate to do.
Yeah.
And that's the pride thing. And he understands and is at least trying to mimic the masculine virtues, even though he's not really capable of doing it. So I mean, it really kind of his aspiration is to just hit affirmation, right?
Yeah.
That he strives to be that. His aspirations are not of the masculine variety. They're very much of the social status variety and financial, not realizing where his real wealth is, which is his family. And
yeah.
I mean, his character arc there's not much to aspire to.
Yeah, and it's kind of what it boils down to. So it's and again, when you look at his inspiration, like there's nothing about him that inspires this masculine courage, right? Like there's nothing really about him that is like, oh God, like what he does or what he says and how he acts is just really inspirational. Nope. And the same thing with aspiration. It's just like this is what comes at his decisions that are fear driven. So it's I have red for both. Well,
again, there's an absence to take responsibility for what's going on, and you want to when you're having to do the hardest stuff, you kind of want to shield your family from that burden, but you don't lie to them about. I mean, it's kind of like falling down, where he's still going through the motions of acting like he's going to work, even though he hasn't worked for weeks,
right?
And that's just being a coward and not only not confronting the reality of the situation, but not being honest with the people who depend on you. Right.
Yeah.
To talk to your wife about, hey, but what are we going to, you don't necessarily tell the kid because it's not shit they need to do, but you damn well better be having a conversation with your spouse.
Right. Yeah. It's like he's, and I
what
love
he does,
that.
he outsources it to his lawyer.
Yeah.
Here, you be the man and make the decisions, and I'll just go along and sign that. Nah.
Like the fact that he lets another man do it, and then when his wife, freaks out, rightfully so, and just starts slapping the shit out of him, and it's like, be a man, and just like, bruh, you just got called out by your wife about being a man because you're not. You're trying to be, but you're not. So, yeah, it was very apparent where his failure lies, and I guess his faults too. But yep. Speaking of the other guy, his attorney, and that again, I forgot that he was in it.
Mickey Rourke.
Yeah, Mickey Rourke.
Definitely looks different than nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, like, you think about even just how he looked when The Wrestler came out too. But
yeah, it was what, like 5 years after this?
Yeah, I think
The Wrestler came out 2008.
Yeah, is it 8 or 9, something like that? I think maybe it was 2008. But yeah, he's not, his character's not in the movie a lot, but the parts that he is in, I do think are important, and I do think there's value in it, because he is trying
that's
to.
something this movie does real well, kind of like because I don't know if the Christopher Walken character, for example, will be on the masculinity rating, but like even the bit parts are crucial. It has nothing to do with the masculinity. It's just, this is a very tightly written movie in that regard. No character is wasted, even if they're barely in it.
Yeah, no, we definitely have Rayburn in this too, because again, like, yeah, it's, while these characters are not in it a lot, they don't have a lot of screen time. They're just used and written very well in the sense of how they contribute and how their involvement in what they say, what they do, impacts the main characters. So in being, John Creasy, and then obviously, like, PETA as well, but and even then, she's not in it for a good portion of the movie either. But the time that she is increasingly important. So
yeah, I think the interesting thing is, like, Kalpas and Rayburn are kind of opposing influences on our characters. That Kalpas enables the worst in Ramos, and in the same way that Rayburn is trying to get Creasy on the path, and no, I'll help you out, whatever. And then when he realizes, oh shit, come get you out of the hospital and do all that, right? I mean, he is the guy that's going to be your friend, who's going to stand with you, absent one thing, which he's made a vow to his wife, no more killing. So he's not going to do that, but he's willing to do all this. Kalpas is basically, oh yeah, I'll arrange that, but takes no responsibility for it, other than it kind of gets forced on him by the father, at the end. But
to be fair, he is a lawyer, so that should all be expected.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is true. Yeah. No, but you're right. His few moments were still very impactful, and like you said, no waste in any of the writing. Tightly written. Excellent point. Leon, definitely no wasteful dialogue, in my opinion, especially with this character.
I mean, anytime a woman speaks wasteful dialogue, but
well, this is true. You may as well just mute that, but still,
Yeah, I mean, I'd say Kalpas definitely has and operates in this type of intellect and negotiation. I mean, obviously he's a lawyer, so that's what he's going to try and do all the time, but he's not at all this physical confrontation, which he doesn't have to do this, right? I think the way his masculinity is highlighted is through this functionality of him being strategic and trying to use this systemic leverage, that exists in Mexico, or with just the family business things that he's Sam has been kind of strapped into, I guess. So I mean, there's the whole speech and this moment where he's talking about, oh, your father this, your father that, blah 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 blah, and just kind of Samuel just goes through it. And to your point, Gibbons, like Samuel definitely had a choice. He could have said, no, I'm going to do things differently, and like, no, we're not going to do this, or I'm not going to do that. But again, there's this negotiation tactic that Jordan Kalpas has that it's not all bad, because I do think again, from the affirmation standpoint, he obviously is competent and does have leadership type qualities within a corrupt environment, but I don't think it's not like full-fledged. So I have a yellow for him in affirmation. I don't know what you guys think.
I think Kalpas is temptation. and the hey, here's kind of the easy way, and we can make it. Sure, we're going to break a few rules, but it's fine. I can make this work. I'm kind of the enabler of his weakness.
Hold on, Goodwin. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're making a very important point because you're you. But if you are willing to drop a movie down a potential of 6 points purely for editing, you're an idiot. I love you, Vex, but you're an idiot. Editing is not that strong component to knock a full 6 potential points off a movie.
Can we just say, too, I don't have the most trained ear from. Well, this is true. For music, but did I detect some Gladiator music? That's what I'm calling it. It sounded. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just wondering.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the soundtrack of this. So
especially the whole guitar riff when he's like, "Kill him all."
100%.
It's funny. I don't remember Linda Ronstadt in Gladiator, but I guess that could have happened. Yeah.
What's that great? I prefer the beginning, where he lives happily ever after with a new woman and getting revenge.
I don't think I would have liked the movie as much.
It would have had a different effect, but I could see why you'd like it. But hold on. The editing actually destroys a lot of the weight for the emotional and action-oriented scenes. It was a 7-10 before the editing. I will say, Vex, earlier, Cannoli said that,
that only retards don't like the editing. Obviously, he was correct.
But then I think he said, yeah, you get used to it eventually. So maybe you just haven't watched the movie enough, Vex, and then you just haven't gotten used to it, perhaps. I don't know.
I also think if you pay attention, the editing calms down quite a bit once he's on task, because it's kind of reflecting his mentality.
Right. Yeah. It's like a editing stance of what's going on in his head to convey,
there are boxes of things happening. He's kind of what's going on with his focus and all that. But once he decides that he's going to make his masterpiece, everything kind of gets very focused.
Plus, he's also drunk, and one scene's being shot at too, and is disoriented when he's being shot multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nah. I think the stylistic choices of Scott's editing are 100% intentional.
Yep.
And again, like it is a stylistic choice. Maybe people don't like that, and that's fine. But I think just looking at the story, the characters, the acting at that sense too, the soundtrack, right? If you're going to look at everything, then I definitely don't think it's a 4 out of 10 at that point.
I'm indifferent towards the editing. I didn't think it was groundbreaking. I didn't think it was horrible. I think it fits stylistically.
Edited film.
It wasn't make it or break it. It doesn't. It's actually not a factor for me with this movie.
Editing can be a factor. I absolutely.
That's true. But for me, for this movie,
basic bits,
and it's 2004.
No, I would very much tell you to watch it again. It doesn't have basic editing. It very much has some stylistic editing choices.
No. That's not what I mean. When I say basic bitch editing, what I mean is a lot of films in this era were doing this same style, a similar style of editing.
Trying to, because again, you get like Matrix kind of shit and all that, but it was it really was Tony Scott that did this. A lot of people
this came out the same year as Spider-Man 2 as well. So that type of like zoom in, weird, quick.
Yeah, but that's Raimi. Raimi's always had his own unique style.
Raimi's an editing whiz. He's in his own fucking ballpark.
Yeah.
And then you fast forward a bit, and then you got slow motion galore, with our boy Zack Snyder. Which we'll be talking about one of his films next month.
Well, The Matrix also caused a lot of that shit to happen later.
At least, but I'd say for them, but there was also this, it's speeding up too, though. I'd say maybe like once Neo started to, come to his senses, but the Matrix, I'll say, can get a pass because of bullet time and just the actual cinematography that movie helped create. Now,
the problem, much like Tony Scott coming up with this stuff much earlier because he's doing it in the 90s. The problem with that is that then you get it's kind of like people go Marvel humor, and then they try and blame a particular writer, and it's like no, he's not there anymore. It's all the retards you hired afterwards that are then trying to copy his style of writing, and they can't do it.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. So,
I mean, for like the next 5+ years, suddenly everything is fucking black latex or black leather, long coats and all this stuff because this is the Matrix, this is the style. And it was like,
even in the X-Men,
this ain't the place, but yes,
the first
exactly.
X-Men movie,
X-Men
like we didn't even get a
X-Men
proper
1.
Wolverine because of the Matrix,
Yep.
So.
Well, they he makes a joke, like, what do you want me to wear? Or Cyclops says, like, what would you prefer, yellow spandex? I was like, actually,
Exactly.
I'd like comic accurate uniforms, but who am I? I would say that, I mean, there's other movies that have obviously come out, not to go off on a tangent here, but that did have a similar feel, but have either came before it from like a graphic novel stance or something along those lines.
Natural Born Killers.
Yeah.
It's got that kind of frenetic, choppy editing and odd takes and angles and stuff like that. Because again, it is kind of a cartoon.
Yeah, I agree. What were you saying, Goodwin, about? So
I think Kalpas is temptation. Yeah. The devil whispering in your ear that here's the easy way out, right? That I can offer this, and no, there won't be any consequences. Oops, monkey paw. Sorry. Shit happens. I got other people to talk to, and he's out, right? In the same way that Rayburn is kind of the angel on Creasy's shoulder,
right? So would you say he gets a yellow, or you think he's?
Yeah, kind of, because again, much like the father, that these are the offerings of a thing, and he's offering you away, and he does kind of deliver. Of course, he tries to take his slice, but he's in it for himself. That he's his lawyer. That's what he is, right? Also, he's suggesting breaking the law. Why are you surprised when he breaks the law, right? Or breaks a deal, or scams you, or whatever. I mean, look, you knew what you were getting into. Don't be surprised.
Yeah, and I'd say bearing that in mind, because I definitely think he does offer this temptation, and I would say for both inspiration and aspiration, right? Like, I think his approach is this strategy that he does have, while yes, involves temptation too. There's, I think, some respect in a weird way, where like you obviously don't want to go the corrupted, breaking the law that you're supposed to be, a speaker towards, but he does, and I think this does sort of fracture his morality, and I think this puts him in like this position of some complexity. But I do think because of some of the traits that he has and offers as well, like I was in between a red and a yellow, so it's kind of like up to what everyone else wants to go with, but like I could see it being he kind of gets to a halfway point, but also at the same time I could see where there's maybe not enough to be fully inspirational, or maybe like halfway inspirational, because he doesn't have a lot of screen time. Kind of, we're saying, like, so what does
I don't think he offers any inspiration or aspiration at all. I think affirmation's as close as you get, and even then, the reason that it's yellow is it's an incomplete masculinity, and the problem is the things that he's missing are the things that actually make him non-masculine. That again, you can have competence, and that is a component, right, but it is nowhere near necessary or sufficient. Whereas a strong moral code, if correct, in kind of the correct alignment, can go a long ways to getting you to masculinity, even if you lack other parts, right? But these are like what he has are the abilities that you would want to have to act on your masculinity, but he doesn't actually have the masculinity itself. He just has those components that are useful for acting towards them.
Yeah.
I'm not super compelled by any of those components from him. Like I said, good use of dialogue from him, good, but we didn't see for the little we saw. But not like a super compelling or inspiring character. So I'm not going to give him anything to push him in the other direction, towards screen or anything. So,
I think
I'm not going to challenge that rating.
I think Owen gave a perfect explanation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Let's talk about our boy, Mr. Rayburn. He's an archetype of the loyal brother in arms.
Loyal brother in arms.
Which I misspelled.
Yeah, that's the pirate version there. It's
Pirate Rayburn.
Yeah, brother in arms.
Sounds like a bad primer.
That phone call was that phone call hit. That really did hit with me.
Yeah.
It really did.
A bullet.
He's an interesting character,
My favorite character in the movie. I know he's not in it much. I know Creasy's supposed to be the guy, but like, dude, Rayburn, he's a G, bro. He's a homie. Everybody need a Rayburn.
Rayburn is where Creasy should be, but isn't. And to include that he's put away the violence and all that, right? That he's past that shit. He has found peace and all that. He's aware of his past. And again, they let us into heaven. No, right? Not for the shit we've done. No. But again, I've got a wife, loves me. I've made her promises. I'm going to keep them. But I also have, my boy that I'm going to try and help out to get him to the kind of life that I have. He's very far away from it. But that's also why Rayburn recognizes why Creasy has flipped that switch and gone into everybody gonna die now. When he's explaining it to the police, and they're like, what's going on? It was like, but she gave him hope and a reason to live, right? Redemption, and now. He's gonna drop a lot of bodies.
He's gonna paint his masterpiece.
Yeah,
and
this is his death.
Good performance from Mr. Walken too. I gotta say, he really, kind of like, I don't know if that's what Waylon was intending on saying, but like, I think he toned down some of his Walken-esque, some of his features, and it felt like a slightly separate character. Like, it didn't feel like just another Christopher Walken performance.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Christopher Walken is actually an incredibly talented actor. He just like he is such a well-known actor. A lot of times he gets kind of carte blanche to do his sort of Walkenisms.
He's like Nicholson.
Yeah.
Like, I think he shined here.
I'd say he's better than
Nicholson.
Yeah. It's definitely toned down. It's definitely a little non-Walken-y. You see it here and there, but I agree. I think his performance in this is very well done, and his character is such a great character. For the amount of just the amount of time that he's on screen, it's just, man, like you want to see more of it, but you appreciate every second that he's on screen, not because he's Christopher Walken, but because of what his character is delivering to Creasy. And I think obviously this character does have a lot of great traits that he tries to instill and push Creasy towards, and I think because he just has this, it's like he affirms masculine loyalty. He does everything so well from an affirmational standpoint that.
Honestly, this is what I might be the only character I think will be greened down the board, and the reason I say even more so than Creasy is because, well, like Gowen said, this is where Creasy should be. Creasy doesn't ever really get the chance to make it there. Now, maybe we can give Creasy green down the board for other reasons and whatnot, but I think that this is a clear-cut case of green down the board.
Yeah, I mean, even the look, I'm down with my brother or whatever, but understand that there are limits.
Yeah.
Right. And the reason is that I made those promises to my wife. So yeah, you kill everybody. I'll help get your guns and all that stuff, but I'm not pulling the trigger and I'm not doing anything violent because I promised her that I wouldn't. And yeah,
No more killing.
Absolutely fine.
Also, maybe he might even slow Creasy down though, because he's been out of it so long.
Is Blue's audio load anyone else? I didn't actually hear.
It's a little low. He said that he may slow Creasy down because he's
I heard him. Yeah,
got out of
I
practice.
didn't get the impression that was his reasoning though. Like
not.
Goodwin said, I think it was the motivation was the promise to his wife for sure. But like you said, he stood by his boy too, and he backed up his buddy when he needed him, and I respect it.
No, 100%.
And again, look, I'll set you up with a gig, and it's not one that's going to be overly demanding or anything like that, right? Because I know you got a drinking problem. They're only paying a certain amount, so you kind of get what they pay for. What happens if something actually, well, you do your best, but and understand they're not paying for top of the line, at full battle rattle, right? They're getting a compromised you. Then that's fine. But again, it's just you need a job. You should do something, right? That's what he's trying to do, is get him back engaged with life, trying to get him on the path, right?
Yep.
So it's very much a mentor and a bit of a father-son kind of relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like there's this, again, this mentorship that he offers, and I think the fact that he's keeps his word to his wife is strong enough as it is, because he knows the value in what's required to be a protector. And I think for like even just the things that he says, right? Is it what if I see kidnapping? Well, you just do what you can, give it your best, which you don't have
a few bodies, but hey, and so what do they expect?
You might take a few bullets, but hopefully you'll live.
Yeah, Jacob's got it exactly right there.
Rayburn taught Creasy the bomb up the butt move, and he learned it when he had to watch up his backside.
That's right.
I mean, for 2 years.
Yep.
I carried this uncomfortable hunk. You put it in the only place it could, his ass.
That scene in Pulp Fiction
that is the best part of that entire movie.
Oh God, yeah.
Just like crushed me the first time I saw it.
That is true friendship right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but that's what I mean. That was very walking-y. It had a lot of walking.
That is, yes. And that's it's the first thing that popped in my mind when we were talking about
True Romance with the conversation about the Sicilians.
Yeah.
Like there was moments I stopped seeing him in this.
You know what? I have to put True Romance on the masculine list just so Leon will finally fucking watch the movie.
I've never seen it either. I don't know what it's
really?
about.
Oh my God.
It's on the list.
Wait, who else hasn't seen it?
Used to this shit.
I've never seen it. Oh.
All right. God. Well, Leon is in the movie himself, which if you know, but yeah, see, there we go.
Really?
Zach's knows.
Exactly. I'm the one that said it to Zach. I was like, dude, I didn't realize that Leon was in True Romance. And
I say minor sport for Leon. He'll like it because there's a woman beating.
I have no doubt that I'll like it. I mean,
but there's a woman getting.
The people have spoken. It's going on the list, y'all.
I'm a big proponent for White Boy Day. Like
James Gandolfini beats up a girl. It's great.
Oh, dude, yeah.
So we're watching it right after the stream. Understood?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna do a late night Discord watch party. True Romance, y'all.
And plus, he hits her because she's talking too much. He puts her in her place.
Exactly.
He's still a child.
That's true.
Yeah. Mentally.
Yeah, mentally. I would agree, Leon. I think Rayburn gets Green all the way down here. So he definitely represents a steady flow of masculinity. Yeah. So and that's what I had. So I was like, well, I'm just kind of curious, but yeah, I'm glad you said that. Now, I will play a little clip because it is just it's scrunched together because, as we know, for those of us that have seen the movie, there's a lot of beats in the dialogue, which are great and intentional.
Good dramatic pauses.
Right. But also just for context and try to avoid that YouTube longevity for those copyright stuff.
Hey, listen, you ever have a 9mm round that didn't go off?
Failure to fire.
Pull the trigger, click, nothing.
He's talking about a bad primer.
And I love the proper terminology in most
Yeah.
of that conversation too.
Yeah.
There was none of this like clip talk. It was actually proper.
Or the back of the bullet, it didn't fire
the back
correctly.
of the pin. It's like the thing that whatever. They could have said anything, but they used the right terminology. So
Right. Yeah. And I'm saving the rest of that clip for later because there's an important conversation to be had about it. But before we get to that point, there's still two characters we need to talk about. Number one, which again, I think this is another instance of, as we've had, already this year alone, a shifting of approach to talking about the ratings in certain characters. Now, as we talk about PETA here, I'm like, I was just going to remove the AIA on this altogether. And I wasn't quite sure exactly how we should approach her because I do think for the sake of what she offers, right? She is this catalyst, this innocent catalyst, as we always often view as children are innocent, and she offers a lot of great traits to Creasy. She plays such an important. She is the plot device for Creasy here. And I can't really give like a femininity rating like we have before for a couple characters like as good as good as it gets, right? I'm blanking on her name from the Replacements, right? So a couple of these other female characters that we've had so far this year alone, and we'll definitely have moving forward. It's not quite fair because she hasn't lived long enough to be a grown woman. She's still a child. So to really say and apply the affirmation rating, I do think she values innocence, but
rather than femininity rating, I would say it should probably be the innocence rating. That's kind of what children are, regardless of their gender.
Yeah, I think that's a fair approach. And I don't know if we keep the we just kind of leave it all in all, like just innocence rating, I guess.
And I would say too, it's good. You can definitely, if we're going by that metric, 100%, because she's not in the best environment. I mean, she's insulated, household wise, but it's kind of a shitty area as we see. And the fact that she has a good enough home life, mom is involved too, and the school seemed to be a really great attributing factor, great activities. I think, well-rounded as far as you can have for a child character in a movie,
Yeah, and just to say what I had written down was that obviously her presence in being here and in obviously she's Creasy's job, but what she does and what she allows in her presence is again this dormant protective instinct that Creasy has within him, and the sense of duty comes out and definitely evolves and changes in his arc, right? Because this trust that she has, and she's so open and just this innocence, this innocence of emotion that creates this environment for Creasy where his masculinity is able to arise again. It re-emerges through the responsibility, right? You can see it just again evolve from being the guy who's just this obviously almost commits suicide, and then to the point where at the conversation at the table where they're talking about oh, you smiled. No, I didn't. Yeah, you did. You smiled. No, that was a smirk, right? Just same thing. They both start with S, but it was the wrong one, right? Just this happiness that he has. He laughs later when they're in the car, and then she he gets her to burp, right? And just like he becomes her father, in a matter of speaking, as
Nah, he's more like cool black uncle.
Unk, as they call it. He's Unk.
Yeah, Unk.
Yeah, he's an
Oh,
Unk.
he's Unk.
An Unk.
100%.
She gave him a reason to live. That's pretty
100%.
The masculine sense of not even anything she did. His own internal masculine sense of responsibility for this innocent life that's been essentially put into his hands to protect.
Yeah,
gave him a reason to live.
Yeah, her naivete and yet that she has
Unk maxing
all of the moral underpinnings, right? Because she wants to do well. She's willing to to listen when he trains her, and because she wants to to win that thing because she cares about a thing. That even when he's kind of an ass about the nah, I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to protect you and all that.
Right.
And she gets in the back, right? It's like, oh, we got to do that. Then, okay,
yep.
Here you go. That's how it is.
Fine.
But kind of she pulls him out of his shell because there's a purity there, but also that when she's taken, that his job to protect her, there's no taint of immorality or of
Blunkle.
compromised ethics or anything like that, right? It is an objectively good thing to protect children, right? And there's nothing about her that would mean that it in any way causes him to question the morality of what he's doing, right? And that's why when she's taken, he's on jihad essentially, right? This is a holy war because
this name is spelled G-HAD.
Yeah.
Right.
He's going jihad, right?
I like that.
A righteous
jihad.
Yeah, and it is absolutely because of the righteousness of what he's doing. That's she is the path to redemption for him, right? That everything that he's done before has been morally compromised, gray. Oftentimes that are things that are difficult to live. Yeah, I had orders, but that didn't mean anything. That doesn't absolve you from the moral responsibility. But this one good thing, absolutely is the path to redemption for him, and that they take that away. And he's like, oh, then you're going to see what evil's all about, right? All of the dark that I have, I'm putting it in the power of punishment.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, like
up until he realizes, oh shit, she's alive, and you see him struggle.
Yeah.
With that, right? Because it totally changes his world, and he's now running in his head. How do I save, this one good thing?
Yeah.
Well, he's doing what he knows how to do. You're exactly right. He's not changing his behavior; it's his reasoning behind it. And so now it's justified, and he can, he locked it in. And
well, again, he suddenly, I can make a trade. I can compromise. I can do that stuff as long as I get that thing, and whatever the cost is, I'm good with it.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And he went from being indifferent, I'm gonna get, basically you get what you pay for a level service, and I'm gonna drink, and from being indifferent, it's just a job, to, like you said, a holy war. So
yep.
Yeah, I know. I mean, what she brings out of him is exactly what he needed. Like, and as much as we said that Rayburn was, and obviously Rayburn played a part in this because he basically put him on this job. So if it wasn't for Rayburn, he would have never met and had to grow from Peeta's involvement and what she did for him.
But he's in a dark enough place that it really takes something with this level of purity, to pull him back towards the light. That gives him a reason to see a path to redemption.
Yeah,
I believe they call that the hero's journey.
Indeed.
Or the Greeks would call it the hero's journey.
The heroes.
The gyros.
It's good too. She initially doesn't pull him out either, because it takes also a misfire to pull him out of that. So she's a good catalyst and showing how low he was.
Yeah, he's tried to take the darkest way out, right? The easy. Okay, I'm done. Whatever. Nope.
Yeah, and we're obviously going to talk more about Peeta, but
the bullet knows it's fine.
Yeah, let's talk about Mr. Creasy here. You know, he's redeemed protector by the over the course of the movie, and obviously has a lot of courage, sacrifice, this restored faith. Right, he turns to the Bible and puts down the booze. You know, he has a sense of honor. You know, has more discipline over the course of time, and obviously conviction plays a huge part of this. And now I would say again, because by the end of the movie, of course, I would say that as a broken man, he is able to reclaim this masculine virtue through the responsibility and what he does for PETA here. So I do have a green marker for him for affirmation.
Well, this is the character, like, because I was talking about how, unlike Rayburn, he wouldn't be green down the board. And then I realized, like, the way we always do this, none of our heroes are green down the board from the jump. That's the whole reason for the hero's journey at the end. So by the end, I was like, he would be,
what's the story of his arc?
Right.
You know,
exactly.
that's
because not every character, a lot of these side characters don't have arcs or don't have complete arcs because it's not their story.
Yeah.
Wait, they're remaking this?
What? I'll Google it right now.
For real? I didn't know that. Wow. We got to look into that.
It's like 22 years old. They're going to remake it?
Well, this is going to be Woman on Fire.
Yeah, Woman on Fire.
Yeah.
Instead, it's going to be a result because there's an oil fire in the kitchen.
No, I'm not seeing anything about them remaking it, but this is a remake, which I didn't know. The 1987 film Man on Fire, starring Scott Glenn.
I've seen that, and there's noticeable differences, and it may be because they were closer to
the
the
2000
book.
board version changes the setting from Italy to Mexico, alters the protagonist's background. Apparently, they're both based on the 1980 novel by A.J. Cornell of the same name. So
it's a different take.
Yeah, I think the Scott Glenn one is closer to the book.
That's what this is. The things I'm reading about are seeming like, yeah. The 87 version follows the book closely. 2004 version is more stylized. It changed the protagonist's background from French Foreign Legion to CIA, among other things.
Yeah.
A new series adaptation is in development at Netflix, though. So that's
a series.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. Whether it's going to be
hopefully it's just a rumor. Holy.
I mean, is it going to be like the equivalent of that Equalizer show with Queen Latifah? You know. Versus the entire
one thing wasn't equal, was escape.
Yeah.
I was gonna say earlier, hold on, for Salty, can't wait to see what's on the menu when Nick hits 1K. Yeah, steadily getting closer and closer. Just want to quickly give a shout out to everyone, all the new subs out there. You guys have been awesome. I really do appreciate everyone that takes the time to do that. I've been thinking of some things, but still some things up in the air. Even if I do hit 1K before I maybe got something planned, I will definitely plan something. And I guess it just really depends on timing more than anything. But we'll see.
Yeah, we're gonna have Katie on from the Dooleys, and we'll put together Lego. It'll be very exciting.
I do have a funny thing that maybe I'll do too as a start to the show, and I can say this because she's probably not watching, which is totally fine. She's not here on the panel as well. But there was a moment a couple streams ago where before we started the show, I was AFK and I was coming back and because I was changing from a shirt to a tank top, and I didn't have my tank top on fully, and we were all backstage, but Cindy somehow saw that I was shirtless from the backstage, and if on StreamYard how that looks, and she freaked out and because I'm actually super fat. I'm sorry, y'all. It's all fake. It's
I
all.
couldn't believe the number of
Yeah,
girdles
guys.
that you
The
had.
secret's
Oh my
out.
God.
This is
Jeez.
all filter. I don't have any muscle
Man.
mass at all. I'm actually 280 pounds.
Yeah, it was like Movie Bob just walked onto the set or something. It was very disconcerting.
I'm actually shorter than Kata and Rossi. I'm 5'2". You know, it's just yeah. I'm sorry, guys.
Feel any better? We dark side filled our stream today. Me and Cinny.
Really?
You were masturbating?
No, thankfully it wasn't that bad. But
No.
no, we I hit the so I always do go live from StreamYard for Countercast, but I still have the stream up on OBS because of the quality differences, like monitor audio, things like that.
Yeah.
And I accidentally hit go live on StreamYard instead of just select streams so I can monitor everything. And I didn't realize it.
Sure.
So me and Cindy are just sitting backstage, just talking, just chatting. And I see the chat being like, "Yo, we can hear you." And it was like, Oh, we're live. I haven't hit go live on StreamYard, but apparently I did an OBS by accident, so we are live. Let's go ahead and just run the intro.
Camera's been on the whole time? Oh.
And apparently Cindy didn't know about that. So we started our stream. So after the intro was done, I was like, at least we didn't dark side fill it. She's like, what does that mean? And I had to give her the lore, and we showed her the entire minute and a half of him jerking off and whatnot.
Exactly,
and,
yeah. Camera's been on the whole time, huh?
That was a great way to start a stream.
Oh yeah. So I don't know. I might try to pull a prank on her again. We'll see. But we'll see. Like I definitely want to make it fun, of course. So, but not quite there yet. But in due time, my friend. So I appreciate everyone from the shares, everything. So Dark Side Phil Whalen.
Yeah, because Wayland was like, who got busted cranking their hog?
Yeah.
DSP.
God.
Internet infamy at that point. My gosh.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I do the actually I wear the shirt that actually has the abs drawn on them.
I actually weave my hair to make it look like I have abs.
Yeah, this is an actual beard either. It's all just a draw stencil on as well.
Yeah. It's got that spray on hair. Ron
yeah. Actually, my voice is a lot higher as well.
Yeah. Oh God, without his voice changer. Oh my God.
Oh God. Yeah. Do you guys want to hear the?
John Creasy's
It's like a Roger Rabbit. It's very much the way things are going.
Yeah. Exactly.
I heard you were a member of PETA as well. You're against eating meat, and
yeah, I'm actually a.
You're
vegan.
an advocate of tofu as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, only some kinds of meat he's against eating.
Well, this is. I mean, if you're in PETA, yeah, you do like some meat.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I don't drive a Harley though, so there's that, I guess.
True.
So
oh my God, Salty is bringing in more.
No. Sure.
Oh God, that's just terrible. It's just bad news all around. Hopefully it stays a rumor.
That actor, is that black chick from? I don't know if that's a male or female. Okay.
No, that's the dude, I believe.
Well, I mean, it was hard to tell, whether the female was a male or not. But...
You're not a vegan. You would have told us every 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Killer tofu. Yeah. What's up, Gordy? The best romance story is the first time I ate steak. It was a real meat cute. Jeez. Nick actually looks like the old young Benjamin Button. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that's the guy who plays Wonder Man. Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't see him in this role personally. So.
Yep.
Huh. Oh, wait, Dr. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Dr. Manhattan was black in the series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never watched the series. I've seen the movie.
No, wait, no, he wasn't. He was on a fucking planet. It was the white guy.
Oh, but no, for the HBO series though.
The HBO series is what I'm talking about for Watchmen.
All this is pointing out that you guys, for whatever reason, watched that series.
Wait, really?
I watched it, but I have a very vague recollection of it for reasons.
Oh, that's right, because it was Ozymandias that they put on the fucking on Mars.
Yeah, it was that was Jeremy Irons. Yeah,
Jeremy Irons. Yeah,
because
I was like, wait, hold up.
Ozymandias in that?
Yes.
Yes.
To be fair, if it was a
hell?
good product, I'd be
Crazy.
fine with that casting. But since the movie,
It was what we call not a good product.
Yeah.
right. It's like
I'll put it for a second, Nick.
It
Jeremy
was
Irons is
complete
great, though.
shit.
I think Jeremy Irons is gonna kill it as the Connery role in the remake of
Highlander.
Highlander. Yeah.
I think so too.
Were you aware? Have you been on any streams since I saw it? I finally saw Highlander too.
Oh,
I heard
now you can promptly forget it like the rest of the series did.
It was a fever dream.
Yes,
bro.
it is. Yes, it is. I remember seeing that in theaters going, what in the fuck am I seeing?
What the hell?
Highlander. I've never seen.
Yeah, that is the difference.
You showed nothing.
Yeah.
So I watched Highlander 2 like 2
Boy,
or
oh
3
boy.
weeks ago, and holy fuck!
And
Oh,
like,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
Just makeup. It's just makeup. They couldn't even like put CG on them to like.
Dude, I'm like,
Dr.
I remember seeing this.
Manhattan
I'm like, this isn't Doctor Manhattan. It's like
That's
Doctor
body
Bronx.
paint, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
This is an outtake from She-Hulk?
It looks
Dr.
worse than
Manhattan
that,
and Dr. Atlanta. I mean, it's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Oh god.
Dr. Harlem.
Dr.
I just-
Harlem. Yeah.
I just watched
Dr.
a video
Pym.
of a lifelong vegetarian eating steak for the first time. Should have seen her face. Can you send that to me, Jamma? I want to watch that, and/or may include it in a clip. We'll see. But and the jig is up. Doctor Blatt.
Yeah. It's like Blackula.
The jig is up.
Oh, no, I heard it too.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. Nick has Tourette's.
This is true.
Yeah, well, so I actually got Tourette's on Isaac's stream. So
Yeah.
Yep.
if I
It happens only when there's blacks around, though.
right,
Oddly,
exactly,
nature.
yeah,
Yeah.
especially Michael B. Jordan. So
Exactly.
we
right,
should
yeah.
never ever probably cover what's that one movie? Oh yeah, Wakanda Forever. Sorry,
Yeah.
Black Panther. Yeah,
Yes.
we should never ever cover that on this channel.
No.
So
I will have a big case of Tourette's if we do. Yes.
Yeah,
so.
we should watch the BAFTA awards.
probably not. Might be a bad thing. Anyway, let's talk about getting.
I
back
will
to
say, but
Creasy
Denzel
here.
does not induce Tourette's. He's
No, yeah, Denzel does not have that effect. Ironically,
no.
Could be because he actually says some good things off screen, and
Being a little
says good
based
things
goes a
on
long
screen.
way. Yeah.
yeah. No,
One thing I appreciated about this movie is when he's talking to Rayburn and he's like, is being black going to be gonna affect things, right? Not really, and then she asks him, when she's like, just being black in this area. It's like, I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, sure, I'll find out. Yeah.
But I mean, it was a reasonable thing to ask, and again, as a kid, they'll just blurt out whatever the hell. I was like, I hope you're ready. If you're shocked by basic questions that you thought, well, polite people, the kids aren't polite. That's not how they roll. They will just ask shit, and he just rolls with it. It's fine. All right.
Yeah. Anyone ever asks our kids are polite, like, well, you must not have ever been around a child before.
Yeah. It's like the old Cosby thing. Why do you love children? Because they're so truthful. That's a lie. I got sick of them. The only time they tell the truth is when they're in pain.
Yeah, no. They kids hear and say the darndest things. So that is an actual fact. So
just imagine seeing a disabled person in public or whatever, with a disability or like a physical ailment. A kid's gonna point that out in 2 seconds. He's got a lazy eye or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dad, why can't that guy walk? Shh.
My mother was scandalized when she took me to her bowling league, and there was a coworker she had, and I said, "Mom, it's Dirty Sally," who was a character on TV, and my mom immediately, shrunk down to like the size of an action figure in embarrassment. But my dad was like, "Well, I mean, he's right. She does kind of look like that character."
Oh my gosh.
He said it quietly.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about. Salty, dude. That was insane. And it wasn't just once, it was twice.
Yeah.
It was twice in a row. Yeah.
Back to back, bro.
Well, one for both of them.
I know. I was like, one.
So,
Yeah. So I
he
mean,
didn't want to leave somebody out.
Exactly. Yeah.
right. Because at that point, it would have been like one would have been too obvious. Like, okay, bro, that was intentional. But maybe two was like, no, like.
It's like sneezing, in succession. You can't control it, so.
I apparently called someone Ricky Ritardo in public as a child.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I call people that as an adult.
that still applies to the current day. So yeah, I think we were talking about giving him a green for affirmation.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
by the end,
Rating people. I forgot.
By the end, yeah, by the end, of course, yeah. You definitely need a green at the start. That's for sure.
I disagree with.
But I think I really think he's by the end he's green across the board because he is aspiring to and achieving.
Yeah, by the end, definitely.
By the end, yeah.
So I think if that's what we're judging it by, then I would give him green.
Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, because I agree because that's what I had. But obviously, when you look at the start, what is it from the start of the movie?
Yeah, it's the journey he's on, and it's a journey. Yeah. I mean, he's very low. I mean, he has no real aspirations.
Oh yeah, no, he's a red. I'd say for inspiration and aspiration, he starts off in the red.
Yeah. I mean, he's not even achieving the things that he knows he can because he's drinking and all that stuff. Now he's aware of it, but he's in no desire to do so. And I think affirmation is probably yellow.
Yellow for sure. Yep. Yeah. So I mean, to think about where it kind of looks like, I'd say more. So it would look more like this, where he starts off as a yellow, but then it goes towards a green by the end of the movie, and then the same thing for inspiration and aspiration. Red. It's red for both. Yeah. By the end of the movie. So for him to make this type of change, right? And again, to think about what PETA actually does for him, like in the amount of, as you were saying, Goodwin, like for him to be in such a dark place, and then for PETA to just have this light, this purity, and then for him to completely turn it around across the board. Again, it's the hero's journey. Not to be cliche, but I mean, how many people again would do or feel the way he felt and do what he did, like. Yeah,
I mean, he's really, in his mind, he's almost a villain. That he doesn't, he sees himself as damned, and he's really the one holding himself, to that sense. There's nobody else. It's not like an external thing, right? Because Rayburn obviously is like, dude, we did what we got to do, and it's fine. But there are things you can do to. You need to live life and all that. And Creasy ain't having it, right? I mean, he's kind of holding himself to a standard, and because he believes he's fallen from that, he's full of self-loathing, right? He's essentially trying to destroy himself. There's a reason that he has a 9mm that has a very dimpled primer, but somehow didn't go off.
Right.
And Nick, I forgot the first 5 scenes he's drinking Jack Daniels, so I'm like, inspiration is green for me. I'm like,
I know. I was going to see if you're going to make a comment, Blue.
We usually have buy vodka for Leon, but I'm just like, you know what? I forgot he's actually drinking Jack in this movie. I'm like, oh God, I gotta buy.
Yeah, I mean, we don't, we don't hold prejudice against the type of liquor that we drink here on the channel, but
I mean, we just haven't had to,
right?
Thus far, yeah.
Well, we're strictly a bourbon or whiskey channel, I mean, especially when we've had someone on here before that is critical about what they drink. So kind of just stamp, but Waylon is even drinking Jack Daniels too tonight.
I bought the bottle for the stream.
Hell yeah. So
yeah, Ronan brings up I think he believes he's beyond salvation.
Yeah,
I agree. Despite every action he takes, more or less saying otherwise, like And I think that's what really kind of brings us into the first main scene. Again, that is the a big start of his journey here. It's his suicide attempt, right? He's going to surrender his life to despair. But I guess it's crazy of the fact that you ever have a failed primer before? But it's just this moment where he's and again, this is the editing that kind of is just kind of meant to show what's going through his head. But and honestly, this reminded me too of a Lethal Weapon. Obviously, different circumstance from what Riggs was brought to that point, but I definitely believe that there are some comparisons there, similarities where both men are at that point, and this moment where it fails on him. It's just this weird act of again, you could call it just a fluke, you could call it a bit of a miracle, you could call it different things. Obviously it's a movie, it's fictional, but if this were considered to be a real life moment, it's like, well, what does that mean? And for him it's a bit of a wake-up call, even though his mind is totally warped and his mind is in the dark, right? And he doesn't quite know what to do with himself in general, but because he's getting ready to take his life, and that doesn't happen. It's like you think you're failing at life, and you try to take your own life, but then you failed at that, which could be a good thing. So it's almost like when we always say, and then one of the best things in general, but I think also for masculinity, like failing is often the best teacher. So what does this teach Creasy here the moment the primer fails?
Well, I mean, so the one thing about Creasy is that he's very much religious. I mean, he's reading the Bible. He quotes, when the nun says something, and and he
Romans
tells her it's from Romans, and
12.
So he's trying to rationalize this, but I think kind of in the back of his mind, he knows that this is a sign, right? That something is here, and it's kind of after this that he changes his approach to PETA and things like that. This is you're not getting out, right? You don't get to take the easy way out. And oh, by the way, I put a path to redemption here for you, and you're trying to opt out. And it's like, nope. Right. That's the bullet tells the truth, and the truth is the bullet's like, nah, not for you, not today.
Yep.
Don't worry, I'll work later.
And that's a massive rarity too, not to be technical, but center fire rounds, if they're reasonable quality and stuff. I mean, I've shot easily over 10,000 rounds of 9mm and never had one fail ever. And 22s fail all the time, rimfire. But I mean, this could easily be summed up as, in my mind, a miracle moment. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I've had it happen with like damaged firing pins where you get it'll dimple, but it's a light strike and things like that. But when he pulls that out, you look at it, I was like, no, that's very much a dimpled primer I'm looking at. It is. There's no light strike with that.
Definitely. Glock 17, I mean, they hit pretty hard, firing pin wise. And
when he pulls it out, I mean, you see it's caved in nice and good. That very much should have gone off.
100%.
It does go off later.
Yeah,
this is true. Yeah.
Also look at that scene too, Nick, because it's like people nowadays get the whole like men can't cry and show emotion. He's bawling his eyes out and he's drunk, and this shows how damaged and how far gone he is. And hate the like, if men cry, they're pussies and it's woke and it's bullshit. Like, no, it's actually not, because it shows how much he's been through, and we never see what he's been through. We hear about tidbits of it, but it's never over explained.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
what we know is that he holds himself to account and doesn't believe he's redeemable, right? And Rayburn, kind of in the same way that, that, hey, think they'll ever let us into heaven for what we've done. And Rayburn's like, no. But that doesn't stop me from trying to redeem myself and try and, live a decent life after that. Whereas Creasy's stuck, right? You know, I think his religious beliefs and kind of internal moral compass are affecting him because he looks at what he's done and he wouldn't forgive himself.
Yeah, and I mean, I like what Vernon said. I see the suicide attempt as a rebirth scene, kind of like how in the hero's journey there's a point or irreversible change or metaphorical death of the hero. Too early in the film, but it feels similar. Yeah.
I actually think it is. I mean, it very much is that scene, and it's the hero's journey, because what he's not doing is starting as, you know, kind of tabula rasa or you know, early in his journey. He has been out in the world. He has failed, right, morally.
Yeah.
While being very successful at what he does, right. You know, again, his medium is death, and he's very good at it. But that's also been destroying him, and he loathes himself, right? He there's a lot of self-loathing going on in what he's dealing with. And then you have this moment, but also again, this path to redemption with Peta. She doesn't see him that way.
Yeah.
And I would say too, if he is which he is, a character that considers himself beyond redemption, then what does that say about his character, where he's willing to advance and still go out on a limb for this child? You know, I mean, if he's not doing it to aid to his own redemption, he's I would say it's for a purely selfless, you know, motivation, which I think tells a lot of his character and intention.
Yeah.
You know, he's not doing it out of a sense of like, I need to redeem for my past. He's just doing it.
Yeah, I mean, he sees with her a path to get back to his humanity, but then when she's taken from him, you know, and you know, she's killed, that's what everybody's told and everybody believes. Right. Then what he does is go, yeah, this darkness that I have, I'm putting it to a pure purpose, right? That anybody that saw her
redirecting it,
you know, there was any way it revolved or whatever, I'm gonna kill them all.
Yeah.
Right. This evil organization, these evil people, they won't do it to anybody else.
Yeah, and I'm technically speaking, Nick, it's like not the same scene, but this goes right into when he makes the phone call to Rayburn, and that just adds. I think that follow-up scene adds to this because how many friends we all have were like, I just try to off myself with a gun, and I'm gonna call you drunk at 2:00 in the morning, and Rayburn, almost like he cements it too, like, hey, with the whole bullet telling the truth. He's like, how often does this happen? Like, he needs even Rayburn's like approval and like, I guess him sealing it. Like, yeah, he's like, it was a miracle what happened. I mean, he didn't tell him, but you almost wonder if like Rayburn knew, like, why you call me drunk 2:00 in the morning? Why you ask me about a misfire for? What would you just do?
Yeah,
right up on it. Yeah, 100%.
I also love the way Rayburn blows off the where he's like, oh, I was like, but no, I was just up, I was watching TV, you know, whatever. That's not what was going on at all. But again, you know, he no burden, no, it's not an inconvenience. What are you talking about? No, of course I was up, it's fine, you know. And yeah, but also that he gives him the logical things that could have happened, and you know, Creasy's not hearing that. He's nah, whatever. And so he just goes to, hey, you know, the one thing that bullet, you can't argue with it, right? It knows the truth. It'll do what it needs to do, right? It's either for you or it's not.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a great line from Mr. Walken.
Like we used to say, bullet always tells the truth.
It's like we used to say, bullet always tells the truth.
Yeah, everybody here has a friend like Rayburn. There's certain people that call me 3:00 in the morning. I'll hesitate, and it's never like Goodwin said, "What the fuck you call me for?" I know certain people, if they're calling me 3:00 in the morning, there's reason they're calling me 3:00 in the morning. And
do I need to get my shovel? Do we have to bury a body? Is that what I'm talking about?
Also, why I bought a pickup truck for.
Yeah, there's certain people like you see them calling late, you know it's something, so it's like I gotta answer the phone. You know, regardless of what time it is. But it's also funny how he has multiple phones on the table, plugged in, charging, right? But Yeah, I mean, Rayburn's a real one.
I mean, that's what he does. You know, he's running security for the Japanese. He's doing this.
Yeah,
he's doing that. And you got a lot of irons in the fire.
Yep. I saw this the very first time when I wasn't in a good spot in my life, and it helped out figuring things out. Yeah, man, and that's the the beauty of these types of movies. So that's awesome to see, bro.
Yeah.
I ain't got a friend like Rayburn.
Yes, you do.
No, stop lying,
bro.
Waylon.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Stop it.
Yeah.
You're drinking Jack. We're automatically bonded.
Just don't touch the tips.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can touch glasses, but not tips.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it depends how much we drink.
Oh my god.
Jeez. I want to talk about training PETA. Now, obviously, there's multiple scenes of him doing this. But again, so he helps train her physically and mentally, obviously, again, teaching discipline and resilience. Through his mentorship, he begins reclaiming structure in his own life. Because of their bond increasing and growing stronger. And as he's starting to realize more of the impact that she's having on his life, he's starting to care more. He's starting to, you're starting to believe, as Morpheus would say to Neo. But he's finding his place in the world again. Like he's having this reemergence because this child is just like looking to him for everything. I want to swim out. I want to play the piano anymore. The things that she enjoys doing, he's helping her, assisting her, and pushing her to be better. Right. And that's something that we always say, like, what in masculinity, what is pushing you to be better? And I think it's absolutely PETA pushing him because of her wanting to be better. In turn, it's making him to be a better man, to be better, unk, or blunkle, whatever you want to call it, right? So,
I mean,
a lot of great scenes here.
Yeah, he sees because he's at her swim meet, and she's like, he was like, "What are you talking about? I mean, you're fast and all this." I'm not good. Whatever. She goes, "I never coming better in third." Okay, well, maybe you're not good.
Maybe you're not fast, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But he also recognizes what her problem is that she's afraid of the starting pistol, and he's like, "Well, I can fix that, right?
Yep.
I can remove that fear." Because it's the thing that he absolutely would have been, he's not afraid of guns, but because he can take the things that he is normally used to do very dark things and actually make her life better, that she can take it and run with it. Again, he starts to see, I can actually have a positive impact on the world, not a negative impact.
Speaking of positive impact on the world, I'm back. Y'all can rest easy now.
Oh, thank God. Yeah. But the idea that he's not just a force of darkness in the world, that this one thing, this pure thing, he can actually help. That's what again starts to pull him out, and he works with her, and then he gets good and a success. And so again, this is his path back to humanity and having a positive influence in the world.
Yeah, and I think with the Leon, we just talked about the suicide scene so far going through. So
thank you.
Yeah, we're just talking about the impact that Pete has had on Creasy, but also just what he's done for her in the various scenes, and it's to your point, a good one. He's like, like on three, like. And he claps, right, and just to get this fear out of her, like to just let's not think about it. Don't be afraid of the gunshot.
In fact, it'll set you free.
Right? Yeah, like that sound will set you free,
which is foreshadowing.
Indeed, is in the business we call that foreshadowing.
A couple of foreshadowings in this earlier Act 1, but yes, no docking. Not gonna do that other one with the Plunkle hat. And I have just a clip of again. They what she's trying to get out of him, but also what he's giving her back. And it's not all serious, right? You know, oh, you just smiled. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. That was a smile, you know? And it's like, no, I
that's not a
smirked.
smile. I never smiled.
Yeah, they both
You
start
just
with
did
that, but
5 seconds
confused.
ago. No, it's been 5 seconds. I don't know what you're talking about. These are conversations I've definitely had with my kids and grandkids where I'll be very literal or start turning words on them, and then they get very confused, and I laugh.
Mhm. Yeah.
Inside.
Yep. I'll do that with my nieces.
Yeah.
And it just the response that I get from them again, like you see the innocence there, and it is very heartwarming, because it's like, you know, they don't get it. Yeah, and maybe they do. They will to a certain extent, but you know,
They realize you're gaming you. They just can't quite figure out the way out. She does. She knows.
She knows.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's a smart one. So, you know, and again, just the way she plays along and aids to it is just great chemistry.
Can you belch? Can you belch like burp? Can you burp? That's good. That's very good.
I just had a Coke.
You know, just this like the innocence there, right? Like, but him laughing about it too. Like, it's just he's already at that point, you know, on his way to evolving, to changing, right? He's at that, like, you know, halfway point at the very least. And you know, and it continues, because like after he's like, okay, cool, here's what you're gonna do.
He teaches a lot of rich kids and plays for the symphonies and all that, right? All right, you belch every few minutes while you're practicing.
Okay.
You apologize to him, but you keep belching, you'll offend every sensibility he has, right? Very good. You'll be back in the pool in 24 hours, I guarantee you.
Ain't that right, doggo? Yeah, he's talking about the expensive pianist instructor that teaches all the rich kids and blah blah blah. Who gives a crap? Yeah, no offense to any pianists out there, but you know, it's man, it's just great to see him playing along with her and be like, all right, cool. Like, you know, I get how bad you want to be a swimmer, and you enjoy this, so I'm gonna help you out even further. I'm gonna get you out of this. And
straight up
her stupid dad is like, no, like you're gonna do piano. I don't care what you like. This is about me and blah blah blah. Like, it's
Well,
like,
again, it's about social status.
It's the status, and it's like,
right.
Cool. God forbid you do what your daughter wants. Or what
Well, and again, and Creasy realizes
we have like 20 minutes to do what my daughter wants. Fuck this guy. Like,
yeah.
Exactly.
Well, Creasy realizes the you know, the okay, well, you can't just no, because that ain't working. You know, the parents get to say yes, and that's the end of it. But
True.
you know, their whole justification was, that this is you know, such an honor to work with him and all that stuff, and so he's giving her an out, right? That gives like plausible deniability to everybody. I don't know, you know, what's going on. She did work. She was doing the practicing. You know, you apologize again. You don't act like you're doing it on purpose.
Mhm.
It showed Creasy's like understanding of how to manipulate people, right? But he's using it for a good thing, right? So it's
100%.
these skills that he's able to that he normally would have used for something that he would have, you know, hated himself for, that he can instead use it, and it has a positive.
Yeah. What you pull up, Blue? Hang on.
Oh, just a scene right there. Yes.
Gracie, you're smiling.
What?
What?
Yeah, immediately you go straight face. What? No, I don't know what you're talking about.
This
No.
wasn't that way. Cooperating.
You were smiling.
No,
Smirk.
You were.
no, it was not.
Yeah, it's just it's the deniability. Like, no, I wasn't. No,
No, no,
you're wrong. You're imagining things.
Well, you're not now,
trying.
but you were. No, when was that?
Yeah. When did I smile? Just a second ago. No, I wasn't. A second ago was me talking to you. That was a second ago.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, just straighten the hell out.
Become very literal.
Yep. It's so funny.
And it's such a great emotional scene. The piano in the background with great editing, and really love this scene. You know?
Yeah, and I think just for the sake of them, I mean, I know we just don't talk about the other things about the movie, but I mean, I would say in some cases you can include the way the the score, the music definitely aids in the scene for a masculine psyche. I mean, obviously, the score or music is there intentionally for whatever reason, like this, the innocence, the lightheartedness that's supposed to occur at this time. But I do think it also fits in terms of how, you know, their bond is strengthening, how he is growing, evolving, and just how all the training is going, and you know, his
remember, he's not your friend.
Right.
I'm not your friend. I'm not here to be your friend. They don't pay me for that. I'm here to protect you, and that's it.
Now I'm your uncle.
To be fair, he had one job. He kind of fucked it up.
Well, he did all right. He was just a bit outnumbered. Yeah.
He did take quite a few bullets in the process, but
the other thing is you remember that he was going to take a drink and he's like, nope, and puts it away.
Yeah.
So when that shit goes sideways, he doesn't have that weighing on his conscience, right?
Mhm.
That he was okay.
It happened.
Did the best I could.
Drunk or
yeah.
100%. Which is a great segue into talking about the kidnapping, you know, and as he's recognizing it going down, like responds instantly, moves towards danger. You know, there's that courage, there's that heroism. He trades gunfire, gets shot multiple times in the process to try and protect PETA. Almost dies, but ultimately he does fail it because he
fires the gun in the air like a starter gun and tells her to run.
Yep.
Because again, the gun will set you free.
It started to save her, yeah. But yeah, as you know, she's captured and he's left on the sidewalk street there, next to the green bug.
She's taken out of his arms.
Yeah, which is also that moment, the moment where she's on him and she's yelling "Creasy, Creasy." That shit hits hard as fuck. I'm not even gonna lie. I was like, man,
shot up. You know, imagine that feeling. She's right there,
dude,
and snatched out of your arms.
Yeah,
you don't have the strength to hold her
to the chest,
right?
You can't do it. You know,
so you've lost the strength because you got bullet wounds, and you know you're bleeding. It. You know, the pain that in the mix of the adrenaline trying to keep you awake, and you hear your sense. I mean, your senses are, you know, on 11 right now, and you just see PETA. You hear her, and just the rage of emotion and anger about what's happened, because he knows exactly what's happening or about to happen. She's about to get taken, and he can't do a damn thing about it. And as he starts to fade away, it's like, well. Yeah, you kind of, to Leon's point, you failed at the one job you had. But they're the ones that really messed up, because this man
is now on fire.
What's that?
Yeah. You said this man. I said is now on fire.
Well, he's now on life support. He'll later be on fire.
Life support. Man on life support.
When he wakes up, Rayburn tells me, it's like, you got all 4 of them. He did kill 4 guys. These are like the backup crew. So now at this point, they're sending 7 guys after him. Like, he's good, but like, you know, damn, you sent like a squad.
It is a very weird name, I will say.
Her name is Lupita.
Lupita, yeah. Well, PETA for short.
I mean, if you have the choice of Lupita or PETA, I'm going to go with PETA.
Call her Loop.
Lupita means she's going to be about 300 pounds by the time she's 18. There are just certain names that damn you. I'm sorry. You know, if you name your child Gaylord, guess what?
He's going to be in a Ben Stiller movie?
Curse. That's a curse.
Yes.
If your last name is Fokker.
Hi, this is my daughter Beulah. Trust me, she's going to be a big hefty girl when she grows up.
To be fair, I loathe sitcoms 9 times out of 10. Like, especially like 90s sitcoms and onward. Can't stand fucking Friends or How I Met Your Mother, 70s Show, shit like that. But there was one moment in 70s Show that made me laugh out loud in the later seasons. At one point, Kelso has a kid. And Jackie's all like, "Oh, what'd you name her?" He goes, "Bessie." Oh, fat girl name.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly. Why'd you do that to her? Don't do that.
Yeah, Al Simmons definitely knows a thing or two about being on fire. Well, she's half Latin. She's definitely gonna be puffy. The tortillas alone.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the rule of the Latin. The thin, attractive ones eventually get eaten by the older fat ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's a circle of life.
If they don't get out of there.
Abuelaism gets them all.
Consumes us all.
Which he did do well in this scene. He did. I think if he had a rifle, he could have pulled it off. I mean, he fended him off with a pistol. So
yeah, I mean, he
did
did
some body armor. It might have helped.
True too. Yeah,
a vest alone probably would have gone a long way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but
pretty cheap too. I mean, someone in his line of duty, you know. I mean, come on.
Yeah. And again, I know for a fact, yeah, I mean, as I say, we all know, but it's the fact that the masculinity in this scene is revealed because of his response. Obviously, him being under pressure, doing what he can, taking up for dirty kidnappers. He doesn't hesitate. Like again, he recognizes what happens, fires off the shot, tells her to run. Boom. It's like he knows that he could get shot here. It's sort of like again that foreshadowing. You do your best, in case a kidnapping does happen. What happens after the fact? Again, the chain of events, cause and effect here. Well, he goes on a bit of a warpath, and now he has to hunt down all the responsible ones with relentless force, focus, and protection. And if it takes his life, if he dies, he dies, as a cartoon character once said. And listen, I loved these scenes. And unfortunately, there was a lot of music playing behind them.
Yes, there is.
Which kind of sucks.
I enjoyed the Mexican "Oh Mickey." That was
right.
That was amusing. Yeah.
And I don't know what you think about this scene in particular here, where his hands are duct taped and you start snapping off fingers, but
no, he cuts them off. Yeah, and then cauterizes it with the cigarette lighter in the car. There you go.
Yeah. We'll stop. I'll stop the bleeding every time I cut him off. You get 10 chances.
Yep.
You get 10 chances, but
all his interrogations are phenomenal, in my opinion. So yeah.
Well, again, it's the I'm not morally ambiguous with this. I'm not, what am I going to do? It was like, no, understand. I absolutely mean to kill you. I'm not necessarily going to tell you that, but you need to understand how serious I am, and I have no problems. Just going, you just want to kind of, be a smart ass. There's a finger.
I'd say this is
Let's just establish.
I'd say this is superior to John Wick in motivation sense.
I mean,
that might be a hot take, but
yeah, PETA's no Boss 429 Mustang. Come on now. I mean,
this is true.
She's not a puppy either.
Well, she can kind of she can probably be. Yeah, she does. She can kind of be like equal to a puppy dog, but she ain't no Boss 429 Mustang. Stop it.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is true. Yeah.
And
they're making kids every day. You know what they're not making? Boss 429s.
I know.
Can't
answer it anymore.
Just like John though, in this first John Wick first encounter, he gets his ass kicked, and then he stole his car and to kill his dog. Now,
okay, all right, we're gonna get some now.
I got out, but now I'm back in because you messed up.
Yeah,
and I agree, Ronan.
Revenge is a meal best served cold.
Your buddy's out there roasting his nuts on Hollywood Boulevard.
Love the smell of dead cartel in the morning.
Damn right.
Speaking of, is Zach still here?
Who? Zach. Oh, Zach's? Yeah, Zach's is alive. Thank God.
In the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, he made it out of Mexico, thankfully.
Yeah, he just said sorry, and they let him through.
Sorry, I'm about to leave, eh?
Yeah, a boot.
You're like, oh, okay, yeah, yeah. The whole. Do you know what this is? Yeah, stick these up your butt.
Mm-hmm.
And this here, yeah. Actually, there's a little clip just kind of simplifying it for everyone.
They stick it in their body. They tuck it up their rectum. You familiar with that? Pencil detonator, timer. Used as a receiver, transmitter, C4, highly explosive. You put them all together, you got a bomb.
I do like the two fingers motion when he has the C4, just letting you know exactly where that is.
Yeah, you got a bomb up your ass.
Yeah, I'm checking your prostate, and I noticed a lot of C4.
Yeah. You have a lot of clumpage up there. I didn't know if you know that.
Yeah. Good news is I don't think it's the rectal cancer that's going to get you.
Right. Yeah. You know what the medical term for that is? C4.
Explosive diarrhea.
Explosive diarrhea.
Yeah.
I have to say, just from a bit of a stylistic point, I love when he sets the watch. You got 5 minutes and the timer pops on screen and it just kind of goes along with it up until the end. And it's just, man. Now, obviously,
I wish you had more time.
Yeah, I wish you had more time.
I mean, look, it's a gold watch. He learned from the best Rayburn's in this film.
Yeah, that's true.
America.
God. America, yeah. That's a shitty way to go, eh? A good thing is he didn't feel that pain in the ass for very long.
No. He was totally unaware of when that actually happened.
Yeah. Maybe like a split second and then it was over.
It was nothing. Your nerves can't fire fast enough to keep up with how fast that explosive front is going.
And he's done.
Wonder what time it is. Time to turn into a mist.
Or it's like the moment because when it starts beeping, I was like that first iteration of the noise going off. He's probably like, again, it kind of just his nerves probably calm for like a split second, and then it's too late, and you're gone.
Yep.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Not very sophisticated, but very powerful. That's what you have in your ass right now. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move.
Don't move.
Don't do that.
Don't move. You might explode. That diarrhea might come out at any second.
That's right.
Too much hot sauce. Ain't gonna save you.
No.
Horrible way to go. But listen, it was quick. He didn't feel much pain.
Yeah, it's not like homeboy here that lost several fingers.
Yeah, and then fell off a cliff.
Yeah. Well, enjoy that ride.
Like, he
did ventilate his head, so he didn't know that he went off a cliff.
That's true. Yeah, that was just more so for the effect of afterwards. Like, getting rid of the evidence.
Exactly. Well, also make it public.
Right. Yep. Like, I didn't have anything to do with this guy.
Let them know they're being hunted. Maybe they start to panic a bit, and
yeah, there's witnesses there for that.
Well, again, he's counterterrorism, so basically like guerrilla warfare. Part of what he's doing is trying to cause you to get off your game, right? He's playing mental games with these people.
Yeah, and the other interesting part too is again where we talked about earlier when the investigator is talking to Rayburn and their conversation again. It tells us more about who Creasy is and what the young PETA means to him.
Peter Ramos, the number to you. One more dead, but
What was she to Creasy then?
she showed him it was all right to live again.
The kidnappers who took that away. Huh?
And they're gonna wish they never touched the hair on her head.
God damn. She gives me
Got mafioso vibes from.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's also like it's not the unfamiliar person that's not really used to violence. And you need to worry about this. It's like no, they're going to wish they'd never touched a hair on her head. Ask me how I know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the interesting part though. That was the question not asked was, well, how do you know that?
Well, because he's already looked at the sheet, and the first entry of his career is Marine Force Recon,
and
then it just escalates from there.
And what he also says, he will get more done in a week. Like he will serve more justice in a week than you will in like 10 years or whatever the number was, and it's just like that's accurate.
Yeah,
the man's going to wipe them all out.
Yeah, they all volunteered for this demise. So he's just here to arrange the meeting between them and God.
Yep. I will bring you one step closer to the creator, and you can have that conversation.
I'm gonna bring you right to his front door. You can go ahead and explain why you there.
Yep. Yeah, and I love the delivery too, because obviously, yeah, he just had this strong mafioso vibes, but it's just what he says. It's you know, get chills.
Creasy's art is death. He's about to paint his masterpiece.
He's about to paint his masterpiece.
I just love that. You know, you can do art. You know, anything. You know, cooking, this, that, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, Creasy's art is death. He's about to paint his masterpiece.
Art, food. You could, knit, whatever.
He's making it clear that he's not like an indecisive.
You could
he knows exactly how this is going.
He's surgically precise, knows what he's doing and why, and has a plan and a method, and it's not like an irrational flailing of the arms.
This isn't no drive-by response. Yeah, this is the you have my attention, and I'm going to do the thing I'm very good at, which is killing.
Well, this is the Baba Yaga, essentially.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the one you.
No, he's the one you send to kill the boogeyman.
Like he says too. He's like, stay out of his way. I plan to.
Yeah, exactly. God, he was a smart guy. He's like, oh no, I don't want to have anything to do with that shit.
Yeah, he's not that dumb cop. Like, no, I'm going to try and stop him and get in the way and almost die or die in the process. So, No,
he's very much, and they've kind of been pointing him in the direction anyway, right? That they're absolutely facilitating, because this is the system itself is corrupt. There's nothing we can really do about it, but this bad motherfucker can.
Well, it's like that scene from The Town, remember, where all the bank robbers get out dressed as nuns and the cop just looks the other way. Like, I did not see all these bank robbers with M4s hop out of a car. And
no, this is fine. This is fine.
I did not just see that. What's over there? A bird?
I don't know. Look at that. Oh, look at the time.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
One cop squirrel, huh?
Pistol versus
and it was cops who kidnapped PETA.
This is true. Yeah,
corrupt cops.
Yeah, the corruption. And much like we talked about this in John Wick, which obviously this is came before John Wick, but this is the masculine depth that his character has, because his duty is to still protect the innocent, and this is all about his art of death and killing, and he treats violence as this tool for immoral purpose. Revenge is best served cold. And look, in the process of him going through and hunting them down, he finds another kidnapped girl, Camilla, I believe her name was. And calls out I can't think of the woman's name. Reporter, and it's like, hey, I got this other woman, other girl. What's your name? She was just kidnapped last night. Holy shit! And so again, he's in this this warpath. He's still doing good. He's still again, this is on this masculine path as well, where it's like he's also saving other kidnapped girls' lives in the process. And I
love the American guy that he runs into, who he's like, oh, you're from Brooklyn, oh, hey, what's up, this and that, whatever. It was like and the whole time is like, you don't realize I'm going to kill you. There's nothing that happens that you
speak
don't
English.
Die.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, American.
And that don't mean shit, homie. So which that scene always makes me laugh, because he fires off like a ton of rounds and they're just still dancing in the crowd, like as they're going
the
out.
sound system's so loud, nobody's hearing anything. I don't know, somebody's shooting off fireworks. Sure.
What's that? It's just the beat sounds so good.
When he comes out and starts shooting, at first they think, oh, it's part of the show.
Yeah, I know. Me gringo too.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Found a free Nick says about justice in like a weekend in 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, more than a weekend.
Yeah. So it's at that point they can they can just let it happen and be like, well, look, guy did our job for us, and we don't have
we'll help him along.
Yeah, we'll actually steer
La
him in the right
Hermandad
direction.
is an institutional thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I remember being 3 or 4 times before they all started actually just walking out.
Yeah.
You know, and then it's all burning down. They're all just outside, like still cheering and dancing. And it's like, all right, well, you know, it's a
Look, there's a
spectacle.
lot of ecstasy going on.
Yeah,
let's be clear.
A lot of drugs happening.
Indeed, yeah.
Like, oh, it's just a light show. It's not real, but you
Exactly.
know, the fire feels real at that point, not just flashy lights. But I would just add on to say like this, becomes an extension of responsibility for him. Like he realizes that the justice system has collapsed, but he can serve justice again. Like we've just been saying,
He didn't care.
Yeah,
but your society and all that shit, that ain't my problem.
Right.
My problem is killing anybody that had anything to do with this.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yep. Which again, getting to the point where he finds the voices, La Voz, his brother, as it turns out, and decides to rough him up as well, and is able to make a trade. Oh, because the voice goes, "Oh, I have the girl," and just for the moment that he hears the voice say, "No, Peta, I have the girl." It's like it almost shocks him for a second because he's been in this mindset, this belief that she's gone, she's dead.
Yeah,
That's
I've
what
gone
he's been
from
told.
vengeance to I can actually save the
Right,
most
I can
important
s-
thing.
Right, I can
Revenge to
save
rescue.
her.
Yeah.
Like a heartbeat.
Yeah, it's like this the sudden snap of going, oh, wait a second. Proof of life. Give me proof of life. What was the name of her teddy bear? I want that.
Yeah.
And then she goes, it was Creasy Bear. And you see that, written down. I love Creasy Bear. I love Creasy Bear. I love Creasy Bear. And it's, brother lost some digits too, which, I mean, look, guy he can't be traded and given back unscathed. Definitely.
It was an unfortunate, he's cleaning a shotgun. Unfortunately, it went off. It took his fingers. Well, what are you going to do?
Those old double barrel coach guns, they go
Yeah,
off.
notoriously, he probably dropped it. The hammer fell. What are you gonna do?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's definitely
It
the
just
gun's
happens.
fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, just those things happen.
He was or he was on the set of Rust. We don't know.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah. Where was Alec Baldwin's finger?
Yeah.
It was. He don't miss. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And again, for him to make this final exchange, and once he hears it, and obviously gets, her mom involved and brings her onto the scene and says, "All right, look, we're gonna make the trade. I want you to hold the shotgun here. If he moves, kill him. Whatever." But which that wasn't going to happen, because it's like the trade has to go through, especially for the sake of his arc too. But he's so willing to walk. And obviously he's wounded as it is, right? But he's so willing to walk towards his death, and at zero hesitation, right? And again, I think this completes his transformation by choosing the sacrifice over survival. Trying to find another way, like, well, how can I finagle, my life and save the girl at the same time, and maybe still just give away, his brother and us stay alive, and that's that. Like, he knows that's not going to happen, and especially when they say it, life for life. So I'll give you her life, but I want yours.
And my brothers. I was
And
like,
my
wait a minute,
brothers.
that's not a life for a life.
Wait a second, hold on a second.
Wait, hold up. But I ain't negotiating. It's fine.
Right. Yeah. And it's like, well, that's not exactly fair. But that's not, I don't know if that's Mexican math or whatever, but he still at that point, he's like, no, I'm okay. I'm willing to go through that.
Yep.
And, again, as he's slowly walking and when she comes out of the car, and like just the fact that like as soon as that blindfold comes off and the way she's, running and yelling, I mean, very emotional, super heartwarming and touching. Obviously in this screenshot alone, and you see the tear in his eye, and dude, the dialogue is just fucking phenomenal. The light returned to his life. In his darkness, all the violence was quickly washed away to prioritize getting that light back. Dude, 100%. I'm just reminded why I love this movie more and more. Dude, 100%, man. But it's great. And it's like the dialogue is honestly, this is probably the best dialogue, or some of the best dialogue in the entire movie. Because it's so genuine and it's so sincere between the two characters, from again her innocence, and he even chuckles a bit. He smiles, knowing what's about to happen. I'm going home, going to the Blue Bayou.
Also, the music is epic.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, that's why I
That's the thing. It hits so much with this movie. Yeah.
It is
soundtrack is
fantastic, dude.
He knows he's dead. He's been shot. Oh, by the way, it's been 2 hours since he was shot. They're showing up here,
bleeding a little bit,
But
wait, is it really just a 2-hour time window between that and this?
It's 2 hours. It's 2 hours from when he has the call with the boys to when they're on the bridge.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I don't think I realized that.
Yeah, because he tells the mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
time.
Yeah, you got 2 hours.
Because the other gunshot was when he's chasing down the one guy inside the house there. He just takes another bullet to the chest, so he's already injured, but now he's
he had his existing injuries, but then he got shot in the chest, and
he's
then
probably dealing with a collapsed lung.
Well, they
and
say
everything
that.
They already had one. It already collapsed once on him, but
exactly right.
but also that he's bleeding out enough that when he in the car, he's got blood running down his hand and all that. But it's the okay. I'm making this trade. This is the last, intentional thing that I'll do, and this is a good trade. I'll make this trade all day and twice on Sunday because I have so much darkness on me and all that, but this is like purity. I'm trading my flawed existence, that was going down. That I was ready to have a death with no meaning, right? Tried to, and the bullet told the truth. And okay, now I can actually die and save something that is just, objectively worth saving, that there's no argument against. Right. I have this ultimate good act that I can do. Yeah, let's do that. Right. I can save this pure thing and trade me. Okay, that's a good trade. Let's go.
Yep.
I would say to look at it from a different perspective. I just thought of this is not so much that she gave his life meaning, but she gave his death meaning. It's the movie starts out with he was willing to. He was fine with dying. He wanted to die. He tried to, and not so much redemption in the sense of now I have a reason to live. She gave him a reason to die. And kind of gave him purpose in that way.
Yeah, but also gave that life that he's giving up value.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. That it's not just I was dying anyway, right? I got cancer and it doesn't matter and all this stuff, right? And dark. No. Right. I made that choice, right? That she showed me a life, and the only reason that I had, that my life was worth something is because she was setting me on the path, and then it's taken from me. It's like, nah. You want to see what violence looks like? Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
This is what I'm really good at, right? But when he gets this, he goes, he sees her again, and he kind of blows, the air out, like, right? It's like a guy, trying to keep from, cracking up while talking or something like that, right? That I need to take a breath and just blow it out, and maybe I can control my emotions a bit, right? But now it's hope, right?
Yeah.
Not for him, for her.
For her. Yep.
Right.
Yep. Like it's this relief that he provides her that everything is going to be okay. You don't have to worry about this. You just go to your mom. Don't look back.
Yeah. This isn't on you. This is me.
Yeah. It's exactly. This isn't anything to do with you. This is on me. And I agree. Like the fact that, to him, her life is worth his, no question, no hesitation. Yeah. And
easy call.
Yeah. And especially like when you see, and because he sees her look back at him when she's in the car, getting in the car with her mom. And I mean, it all weighs so heavy. And the fact that he has to continue walking, right? He's got the his hand on his chest, right? And there's the red dot, knowing that he can't escape. I mean, he doesn't have the capacity to do it regardless, but the fact that he's still in his, whatever breath he still has left to still go through with it, and they pat him down, he gets in the car, but you just kind of see him kind of, starting to fade a little bit. And it's like, when I was watching it again, I'm thinking about his final thoughts, right? That, and I think I didn't really think about that before, Isaac, but like the fact that this allowed him to give meaning to his death as well, where it's like he's in that car and he's just kind of closing his eyes and he's just like, she's safe, she's alive, like,
and
just contrast bookending it be from the beginning of the movie. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
tears in his eyes in the beginning because dying with no purpose, tears in his eyes at the end, dying fully justified, fully with purpose.
Yeah, holding the medallion that she bought him, and it's the patron saint of lost causes.
Die, right?
No, he dies.
No, he goes on to do the Equalizer movies.
No,
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, he actually also.
This is actually the reason this is the best Equalizer movie. This is the last Equalizer movie. All of the other Equalizer movies are like prequels.
Okay.
Well, wait, could you watch them in succession like that? That would work.
I never watched Succession.
Well, no. What actually happens is he actually survives a post-apocalyptic world.
Yes.
Then he goes.
That's why he knows the Bible so well in this.
Exactly.
Yes.
They didn't kill him. They just put like bleach or something in his eyes.
Yeah. They tortured him, so that's why he can't see, but he could see, so he knows what things looked like when he was alive. And he obviously has good endurance because he had to walk a lot before. So,
Yeah, I was surprised the Proclaimers didn't play on the radio when he was doing the interrogation. The walk 500 miles. Let's go.
Right. As in Mexico gets arrested by the CIA and changed the identity to Robert McCall.
Yep.
We're now in the Denzel cinematic universe.
Yep.
Yeah. The Denzel verse.
It's his world. We're just living in it. Okay. So.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, this just completes his his arc, and I again, just for masculinity's sake, it's like this is why I definitely think he gets green by the end of the movie. Of course, it's to him, I think it's a perfect way to go out. Like this is everything that has accumulated to this point in time. And I think while his her Peeta's father, right, Samuel, gets the truth out of that same bullet that told the truth to Creasy, right?
Yep.
And is so she's now lost her father, but also lost her other father, her uncle, Blunkle, and where like. And I'm sure it's like I kind of my own head can, I guess. It's like, oh, she'll find out like, oh, your father's also dead. But she's like, I just miss Creasy. Like that's the kind of what I just imagine her thinking or
trust
saying.
me, that mom is gonna be telling some truths.
Oh yeah,
this shit's all done.
Oh yeah, like your father, like, and it's like, and then because I mean, Creasy was the one that came out and it was like, oh yeah, what about the other 2.5? Oh, what the 5 million? Because 5 and 5 is 10. So where's that money? What'd you do? Come on. Let's hear the truth. Where's that conviction? You wouldn't be out now. Shut up, beta male. But anyway, yeah, just what a scene. What a final exchange. That being said, talking about the most masculine scenes, I think it's probably a pretty clear winner in terms of which scene evokes the most masculinity, but you got to keep up with the, with the process and, just to throw the options out there, and just to see what people have to say. So, whoever wants to start first, I mean, I'd say, Isaac, I know you got to dip out soon. So if you want to say number one, what scene evokes the most masculinity to you? And then, what's your masculine rating would be, my friend?
I would say that's an easy five out of all of these. And obviously, like you said, kind of an easy grab at that one. But like you said, you got to stick with it. And no, just that final exchange, to say it tugs at the heartstrings is an understatement. Understatement.
For sure.
And like I said, the way I look at this movie, psychologically, all summed up, it's bookended. In the beginning, tears in his eyes, ready to die, for totally other reasons than the end of the movie, tears in his eyes, ready to die. Just totally. It's a total arc. And a well done one, too. Very well done. So, yeah, I would say I give this a 8.5 on the masculinity rating. 8.5. Not quite enough to be a 9. That's just the number that sticks in my head. But definitely by the end of the movie, obviously. So that's what I'm taking all things into consideration. But no, definitely
Hi, Jana.
What's up, Jana?
easy top Denzel movie, without a doubt. So
Yeah.
right up there with Book of Eli.
It's low T. What?
It's true. Yeah, there wasn't enough homosexual scenes for him.
Listen.
It was one of those films.
It's Denzel. What expect?
No, it's
What up, Jana? By the way, I didn't say hi. I was checking something else out. I was on a different tab. What up, Jana?
I just want to say Christopher Walken's performance was I give that a 10 out of 10. I just love him in this movie. So
Christopher Walken.
phenomenal. But
10 out of 10. Well, a bullet never
I do have
lies.
to dip. And
Yes.
thanks again, Nick, for having me on. Thank
Absolutely.
you to all the other gentlemen on the panel, the chat,
Anytime.
everything. Absolutely. Great to be here as always. And I'll be seeing you guys around. I think I'll be on in a few weeks. So looking forward to that.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Awesome.
Talk to you later, man. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night, brother.
Appreciate
Later,
it.
bro. The ultimate form of masculinity is sacrifice. Remember one masculine dude doing the same thing 2,000 years ago for all of us? Yeah. You know, actually, ironically, Ronan, they have the same initials.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
All right, pour a drink for
Interesting.
And he gets the patron saint of lost causes.
Yeah.
that. And they're both black too.
Whoa.
That's what my grandma told me.
Whoa. Blue or Leon or anyone who wants to go next? Open floor.
I'll take it.
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is a controversial pick or not, but I actually think the training PETA scene is probably the most masculine. I mean, I get why anyone would choose 4 or 5, the Warpath, or the Final Exchange, especially the Final Exchange. But I think the training aspect is the most encompassing of masculinity because it is probably the most authentic type of masculinity you'll see in the day-to-day world. And it's the type of masculinity that he probably certainly didn't expect to ever have again or be in a situation where it was necessary, because not only is he, the protector, the guardian, but I mean, this is a man training somebody in a skill. This is a man being harsh with somebody and being pounding in these lessons and treating them with the utmost tough love, dignity. I mean, I guarantee he would not have treated PETA any different than he would have treated a grown man that he was giving some sort of training to or whatnot. There was that understanding of, you come to me for help, you ask me to do something, you're wanting to learn a skill, we're going full to the max. But there's also, there's that soft sort of mentorship behind all the aggressiveness. At the end of the day, I think that the fatherly bonds really kind of begin with training PETA. And so while the Final Exchange is a heartwarming end cap, and while it's full of emotion, while Creasy's Warpath encapsulates everything that we would want to be in terms of our masculinity if something like this happened to us, I just think the most raw of the masculinity would be the training.
Leon, do you think, in serious talk, you might have some bias because it's a great father?
I don't doubt for a moment the bias would come from that. If we were doing this,
and I'm not saying it's a bad
13
thing.
years ago before my kid was born, I probably would have picked a different scene. But you were probably entirely correct.
Well, I think there's another thing you're missing, Blue. It's one thing to face death, but she was facing water, and Leon absolutely was seeing that.
You son of a bitch!
Threat.
Fucking asshole.
Well played.
Yeah, because that's my bias. I understand the Final Exchange, but the suicide attempt is fantastic for me because anytime someone's drunk and they call their friends 2 o'clock in the morning, I fully support this scene. They tell their friend Leon they love them at 2 a.m. when they're drunk, just shit
Which
like
has
that.
happened many a time with you, and I always appreciate it.
But no, I like the suicide attempt in a sense because as we discussed how much symbolism there is with that scene and just the whole
Yeah, it's Walken's masculine scene
yeah
in that one though. Yeah,
and the bullet misfiring and again the guy drunk in the rain and thinking about killing himself.
yeah, but bullet always tells the truth, baby.
Yeah, I mean we've all kind of been there, but yeah, so that's my my masculine scene for like Leon's my Rayburn.
Yeah, I think the training PETA and the final exchange are really the two that I look at as you don't have the redemption absent the first step, and the first step is him seeing her swim and then working with her to do that, right? And that's him going, okay, I'm willing to take this one step. That before it was no, like I'm I'm not here to be your friend, right? I'm here to guard you and all that. But then kind of sees how she does and is like, do you know why that you can be faster, you're faster than everybody, you're pretty good. She's gonna never come in better than third. All right, well maybe you're not, right? But then sees a way that he can help her, and so he takes that step, which is connecting with someone and trying to help up, even though he's very much trying not to do that, right? That's the biggest obstacle for him is overcoming that nihilism that he's embraced and to re-engage with the world to help someone, not because he's told to, not because he has to and is not paid to do it or anything like that. He does that. And that so him taking the first step on the road to redemption, the first is the hardest, but he takes it and then goes right. Now everything else follows because of that decision. Now the warpath is basically my job is to deliver justice to everyone, right? And oh, by the way, it's killing, a thing I'm already good at anyway, right? So here I come, and dealing with that. When he then realizes that there's the option of saving her, he doesn't hesitate, right? The minute that he realizes that, okay, what are we talking about? Right, let's make the trade. He isn't on a vengeance path just to kind of satiate his vengeance. He was on a justice path, and then he realizes, oh, I can get her back. Okay, I'm making a trade. And the final exchange, that's absolutely anticipated, given where he's at, and that this is, it is an absolute good that he's trying to save, and it's his only path to redemption. The one option that saves him from the darkness and nihilism that he operates in. Yeah, he'll make that trade all day, right? Because he was ready to die anyway.
Yeah.
Right. To deliver all that. So the final thing, oh, I can actually make this a good trade and save this person. Psh, that's easy money. Let's go do that. Right. It's training PETA that's really the overcoming all of the burdens he has. Once he gets on that, then everything starts to follow, right? His redemption arc begins, but he has to make the choice.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, and really, like as much as I love the final exchange, and again, I think because he,
it's the reward for what starts with training PETA.
Right. Yeah. But I think again, to Leon's point, everything that starts to allow him to flourish and to change and to start that growth, that realization that hits of, wow, I have now found this purpose. This purpose is known to me. And when he starts, it really starts to hit him. He starts seeing it more, right? Like puts the booze down. Like there's a lot of instances of their connections, the way he when she finishes first, right? Like that reaction, that sense of joy that he feels. It is all through that, the car ride scene, right? The smirk smile scene, unless I'm forgetting any other scenes, but it all kind of goes into the training aspect. But yeah, like that is the start of it. So I definitely I would agree. Like it is the reward, the exchange is the reward, but the training, all that enables him to go from again, as we talked about on his slide where it's red, or yellow for affirmation, red for inspiration and aspiration. But now at the training part, like that's when it's like, oh, we're starting to shift to green now. Like here we go. Here we start to see things clear. Now we're starting to be more masculine, and without the training aspects, without that bond, that father-daughter, the familial bond that is growing between them, more so than her actual father. That I think is what, definitely seals the deal for me as well.
So one thing I wanted to ask Jake, because I was watching this with my kid, I'm like, you know what? Number 5, the final exchange, I figured that would be like, I understand the sacrifice. Just curious, Jay, like, do you think that because of Creasy, this entire film, he's tortured and he finds redemption in PETA? I'm a sucker for like, I don't want to see Denzel die. Like, I felt like if he lived, it's like that's what he gets he earns his redemption arc, and like he gets to be with her because of all the sacrifices he's made. But do you think it is better that he dies in the end?
I think it's better that he dies.
Okay.
That he's literally trading a life for a life.
Yeah.
And he's trading his life that he is. It has been darkness and nihilism for a good long time.
Yeah.
He has this light, in his life, and that he's willing to trade because he knows that absent PETA, he's going to go back to the nihilism. Right. That he will serve justice, and then there will be nothing there for him, and he'll just fall back down. But this is the chance for him to go, oh, I can look, everybody's going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Few people have the chance to make their death have meaning and result in an objective, measurable good thing. And he does. Fuck it, sign me up.
Yeah. No, see, I got that angle. I told myself that, like, because her dad dies because he was a fucking coward, and like, like Creasy, she like learns to love him and rely on him so much. So what happens in like 2, 3, 4 years when she needs him again? It's like if he would live, he would been like a surrogate uncle for like the rest of her life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's given her the opportunity to live her life and make her choices. Right? Yeah. He's taught her that you can overcome your fear, and if you apply yourself, then you can be successful. He's literally saved her life, or at least the potential for a life that isn't just a living hell. And all because of his sacrifice, right? But she's the reason that his sacrifice was worthwhile, right? That he was even there to do it, then that he gladly did it, right? That's why he says that don't worry about it. This is fine. Right. Yeah. You just go, you get with your mom, you go, I'm fine. Right. I'm going home.
I think too, I've seen some action films where there's a scene right there when they pat him down. I'm like, once PETA crosses the bridge, why couldn't he have 4 pounds of C4 strapped to his chest and took those fuckers out with him?
He doesn't have to, because the cops do. But again, his job at that point, it's like, I don't care about the justice anymore. I cared about her. Right. It was justice or vengeance are the things that you use because you can't get back the thing that you lost. Right. If somebody kills your family member, there's no way to bring them back. Yeah. So really the only thing you have available is justice. In the absence of justice, you have vengeance. Right. It's I will at least make those responsible pay, but I'm never made whole. I can't get back what I did. The minute that he has the option to get back the thing that was lost, let's go. Easy money, right? And we'll call it square. I don't care. And I'm more than willing to trade my life for theirs. If they want a life, fine, you can have mine. But I'm able to get back that thing because he doesn't value his life nearly as much as he does hers.
Yeah. That's good take. Oh, Nick's taking a break.
I know. And rightly so.
As I say, it's why sometimes it's like certain.
Girdle's probably getting a little tight. He's been trying to hold it in the whole time.
If they made this a TV show, I guess arguably, like, okay, so PETA gets kidnapped 40 minutes into the film. I guess, like, what would it be? A TV show would just have to like explore in vivid detail more his backstory, or like what the stuff that he did in Rayburn's character that was haunting him. Like, that's the only thing you could stretch out to a TV show. He's just showing excess amounts of his backstory, which you don't need.
Yeah, I mean it's either they go to like the book, where he lives, or do something else like early. I don't know what the fuck they do. It'll be a shit show.
Yeah.
Jana, we like the editing. It's okay.
Yeah,
I mean, there are points where I'm like, okay, Tony, calm down.
Yeah.
But
A little
I think
excessive, yeah.
but I think because like my wife at one point was like, I'm starting to get motion sick. I was like, yeah, it's understandable. But
wow.
But again, he's also realized that Creasy during where the editing gets manic is when he's a bit off his kilter or just kind of going through living life by moments, not a continuous flow. It's when he gets locked in that things smooth out.
Right.
Yeah, like when I was watching this again, it's like Leon said many times. It's like every director from Snyder to like whenever I watch a Sam Raimi film, I know it's a Sam Raimi film just by how it's made. And when I'm watching this, I'm like, I don't mind the editing because it's Tony Scott and it's showcasing the emotional weight that Creasy is going through in each one of these scenes.
Yeah, and it's not like Tony does this with every damn movie. He uses it when appropriate in certain movies.
Yeah.
You don't get this kind of editing in like The Hunger.
I've never seen The Hunger, so I couldn't tell you. Sounds like a vampire.
Oh, you love that? Yeah, with David Bowie.
Oh, it actually is a vampire movie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, with David Bowie and Susan
only vampire
Sarandon.
Only vampire movie I've seen with with an 80s singer in it was the sequel to the John Carpenter vampire movie starring John Bon Jovi.
No, that's unfortunate. No, so you get Susan Sarandon naked, having hot lesbian-like sex with a really hot French woman, and David Bowie is in it, and Tony Scott was the director.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
38 seconds. All right, you're fine.
Exactly, I'm fine. Okay.
Right. The marathon numbers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Blue, what was your? You didn't give a rating for it, did you?
No. That being said, I think as a film, just probably like an 8 out of 10. Like
Yes, Jana.
It's funny how many times Leon said this is like a precursor to John Wick, but like, yeah, Creasy's character to me is a fucking, in terms of masculine, a 9 between him and Rayburn. Like that's my favorite scene is the whole. Yeah, it's like I'm drunk at 2 a.m. and I just try to off myself. We gotta talk, bro, and like we all have that friend, and seeing this like the art that Creasy goes through because it's been a constant controversy with the whole God of War being announced for live action, and people felt like 2018 and Ragnar Kratos is too soft and weak. And like no, because watch Man on Fire, when a man's that broken and he's slowed down, he's crying his eyes out, and he's wanting to kill himself. He's been through some shit. Then of course, once you piss him off, you see what he's really about. Like he's trying to escape being that monster, and that's why he's stoic towards PETA, but he opens up. But don't think for a second that like he's not the same man he used to be. He's still a beast. He can still he kills 4 guys, and he can still, as Chris Rayburn said, deliver more justice in a weekend than 10 years of your tribunal stuff. He chose to like be drunk because of his weight and his guilt, and I love that character arc because a lot of people are haunted by their past and the horrible shit they've done in their past. And like Jay said, in the CIA or whatever he's done overseas and stuff, like you had a job to do in a mission, but doesn't mean it doesn't haunt you because you did. We don't know what he's done, but obviously it's pretty fucking bad where he's like on suicide watch and drinking himself into oblivion. So he had to do his duty, but man, at what cost? So I love Creasy's character arc in this film.
Yeah. How can I be? What's up, Grave Walkers? How you doing? How can I be sure a product was not worse and the editing made it better? I mean, I wouldn't say that the editing made it better for the movie.
Yeah, the editing is a stylistic choice.
Right. Yeah.
I think you could have told this with standard editing and you still would have got the point across. I think that you wouldn't have got the sense of kind of the chaotic mind that Creasy has in the beginning and at certain points. And then when it calms down and the editing is much more linear, then you understand, oh, he's locked in. He is clear of mind and purpose. And here you go.
Yeah. I was trying to remember. I want to say it was almost a year ago. But I want to say for John Wick, I believe a majority of us, if not all of us, gave it at least a 9 out of 10 on masculine rating.
Yeah, but going back and if I was to
But-
apply the system I'm using now to going back then, I'm sure a lot of those answers would change.
Yeah, I'm like, and it's things have changed since last April, May. So, which
because the numbers I ran on this, you guys aren't gonna like how it came out. However, I do think it's actually justifiable.
Well, you're up next, so
yeah, go for it.
All right, so by doing just the again, at a total point of total possible 26 points, it came down to 14 out of 26, which gives it a 53% rating. And that actually does make sense because while we do have great masculinity in Creasy and Rayburn, the massive offsetting of all the worst and ultimately negative qualities of the only other two prominent male characters really screw this ratio. And in fact, it takes the feminine character, the female character, PETA, to even bring it up past that 50% point. So I think if you've got a movie which has 4 male characters, and 2 of them completely and utterly fail at being masculine, then even if this movie in and of itself is an 8 or 9 out of 10, purely from a masculinity perspective, it getting that 53%, so that roughly 5 or 5.5, if we're going to round out of 10, does make sense on a masculinity scale.
Yeah, so I would push back on a few things. One is often you have to have the contrast between the masculine and the non-masculine to point out, the world and how it operates for those who just kind of go of it, and then what it's like to have the compare and contrast for the same reason that if I was going, what is a movie that has a really good person? I don't know. Maybe that story about Jesus was really happy. You know what? There's a lot of assholes in that story now that I think about it, and the majority are shit.
But here's my pushback to that pushback, because we had this discussion last week. Unfortunately, you weren't on, so I don't know if you missed it or whatnot. There are negative male characters that are still ranked high in masculinity. Like, for example, when we did the Ninja Turtle stream, Oroku Saki, Shredder, did rank relatively well. He had like a couple of green spots in his masculinity, even if they were kind of warped and twisted. They were still following a certain masculine code and whatnot. So it's not necessarily impossible to have these negative masculine characters that do portray still positive aspects of masculinity, again, even if it's just warped or whatnot. But this film doesn't even do that. And again, it's by design, which is totally fine. Because you're right, for story purposes, that's necessary. But if we're rating just the masculinity, not rating the film, then this movie is going to suffer when you break down the masculine math.
I think again, it's what is the overall story and the message? What is celebrated and what isn't?
Well, and that's why. So when doing this, because I don't know if you know about the point system and whatnot. So green, I give 2 points. Yellow, I give 1 point, and then red, I give a negative point. That way, the positives of the masculinity still do outweigh the negatives to account for the storytelling aspect. But since we got 4 total red masculinity ones in this, it really hurts.
Yeah, but part of that is the characters that Nick specifically chose. Like the voice would actually rank pretty high masculine wise.
And if he was on here and it would have upped the rating,
right? That's the thing. He's a character in the story. It is necessary for the story,
right? But we didn't cover him, so I can only go off of what we covered.
Right, but I can because I watched the fucking movie. So the ranking is for the movie and the masculine rating overall for the movie. What you have is a world that what happens when you have the masculine but flawed types, which is La Hermandad, and then weak men who allowed those systems to exist, right? And the consequences that it happens, to the innocent. And then what happens when strong men show up and go, nah, bro, that ain't happening. Right. That's the masculinity of that story is much higher than, hey, it was a bunch of bros. We're all strong and we just sat around at a campfire.
Right, but I'm not, when the metric I'm going off, I'm not rating the masculinity of the story. I'm ranking the masculinity based on a formula for what we're doing here on this stream. I mean, because there's more to masculinity and there's more of these characters. We're not than just the story itself. I mean, we've dove into a lot of thoughts about the inner workings of their psyche, things to that effect. So, I mean, again, if we were to put the voice on there and if he were to be green across the board, hey, bad guy or not, great. That's still good aspects of masculinity. That would raise the bar. But if we're looking at purely the masculinity in the film, there is a lot of negative masculinity. It's by design, but it's there. There's a lot of negative masculinity, so that has to be taken into account when rating.
Well, there's a lot of non-masculinity. There's a little bit of like at least recognizing the virtue of masculinity, but not actually living up to it.
Right, which is why those characters got yellow instead of green, which was positive points instead positive 2 points, which for yellow.
Right, because at least what they are is they are cognizant of what it is, even if they can't do it. Right.
Right.
But again, if I have a bunch of anti-masculine or at least non-masculine people, and one masculine person comes in and basically wrecks house, I don't know that it suddenly drops down to nothing, because if he exemplified all of the masculine virtues, then he would look and go, I mean, it's hard to argue that you're seeing masculinity absolutely wreck shop on all the weak bitches and the anti-masculine, right? That's what you see in this one.
Yeah, and I agree that we see the masculinity overcome and win in the end, which is absolutely a great thing. But if we're looking at so my thought process is we're looking at all the masculinity and lack thereof with certain characters within this film, and if we're going to give an average or give a rating or whatnot of all the masculinity or lack of masculinity or partial masculinity and whatnot, then there's got to be a way to weight that is somewhat objective.
Yeah, so not really, because again, the what you're doing is, okay, if I rank up all of these numbers that may or may not have any meaning, and I have a one man versus 1,000, and all these 1,000 are shit. That this one man beat them all, yeah, that's like a 5 at best, because all of these people are weak systems, even if they were actual threats, but not masculine.
Right, but the movie would still have more.
No, it wouldn't, because what you would end up with a perfect 10 is really no conflict, because everybody is perfect masculine, and we all just sat around a campfire telling stories.
I don't think
that's not getting a 10.
I don't think we're ever going to find a perfectly masculine movie, but I think that's irrelevant, because at the end of the day, we know these are all masculine movies. We've never done, and I doubt we ever will do, a movie that isn't masculine.
We have done a couple that I would absolutely call into question the masculinity of it.
Well, I've never been on a stream where we've done any that are masculine movies. But anyway, to be that as it, the point is, we can come to the agreement that, let's say, if this is on a scale of like letter grades in school, every movie we've covered, or at least that I've been part of us covering, it's probably been at least a B or higher than masculinity. So now we're ranking the level of masculinity within what is already masculine. I mean, it's masculine. We ain't out over here doing like fucking, I don't know, The Proposal or something, which actually, to be fair, there's probably an argument for whether that is masculine. Me and Nick have talked about that. But the point is, if we already know these movies are masculine, you would make arguments based on, running these numbers that, hey, a Man on Fire is, less masculine than Miracle when you look at all these factors here.
Yeah.
Well, so I mean, like, I'd easily push back and go, yeah, but the stakes are much less. So I'm not sure that the masculinity is there, because I played hockey. Cool story, bro. Meanwhile, I'm trying to save a child from being trafficked and willing to trade my life for it. Stakes automatically amplify that.
We beat
right, and that I didn't come in going, you know what, I'm a badass, and then I got badasser. That's not what happens in this movie.
I don't know that stakes necessarily entail masculinity.
I think because it's easy to be masculine in the small scale. When the price goes up, it gets a lot more difficult.
Yeah, real.
Right. I'm going to confront somebody. You willing to die for that? Okay. Well, no, wait a minute. Let's talk about that a bit. Right. That's always the kind of deciding factor is how far you willing to go before you fold. Right. The dad in this one, if this was easy money shit, yeah, he can at least mimic masculinity and look right over, but let shit step up. Right. He's not out there trying to save his daughter. He's not out there trying to wreak vengeance on the world, because that would cause him to actually have to be in an uncomfortable position, and it puts him in a place where his masculinity wasn't really challenged to the point.
But these masculine virtues are kind of ethereal, which is why I think the stakes are kind of irrelevant. It's whether the stakes are playing a hockey game or the stakes are saving a child. are the masculine virtues in a that are applied to these stakes, how are they applied is more important than what the stakes themselves are.
Yeah, but I think the other thing is that the virtues are not equally measured, right? That again, that I'm competent doesn't equate to I'm morally correct, right? Moral correctness
I agree with that,
absolutely
but
trumps
morally
on that
correct
shit.
aspect. That's why you can have a character, you can have evil characters that might be green across the board in masculinity, even if they're evil. I mean, I agree with that aspect.
Yeah, I mean they'll always be like yellow at a certain point because the absence of being morally correct is going to screw them, right? Because it counts more than oh I'm I'm strong and yeah I've got a family and all this stuff. Unfortunately, my morality is absolutely fucked, and I oppress everybody and I'm an asshole.
I mean,
Okay,
that's
that
true.
one's gonna
You got multiple different types of villains. You've got villains that do follow some sort of moral code, like a homeboy from I'm blanking on his name, but oh my god, why am I blanking on the movie? I'm losing my shit tonight. Harrison Ford, Cyberpunk.
Oh yeah, Blade Runner.
Blade Runner, yeah. So we've got Blondie from Blade Runner, who I think would probably be damn close to green across the board, or at least he would get notable masculinity points. And he is a moral character by the virtues that he believes how the world runs. Now he's wrong, but he's
right. Again, moral relativity doesn't apply here. That you're moral, but your morals are wrong. You don't get. I mean, you get a consistency credit, I guess. Here, have
I do think moral relativity can apply in films and in these stories that are fictional. Because I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'm a Christian individual. Anyone that doesn't share my Christian morals, in my book, you're an immoral motherfucker. In fact, I'm an immoral motherfucker because I don't extol those virtues perfectly. So I suspend my belief in objective Christian moral values when doing moral rankings for these fictional stories.
Right, but again, we're judging it from the view of masculinity, and a masculine character that believes that okay, Roy Batty can at least get an argument that he's a slave trying to free himself and others, right? So it's not that his morality is different; it's that he's operating in a different circumstance than Deckard or the others, right?
Right.
That most of them would do the same in the same situation. It's just that because he's classified differently, he gets kind of screwed. The La Hermandad is probably what Creasy was before he met PETA, right? That this is the system. You do what you do. Okay, it's fine. I'm a professional. That's a thing that everybody always says in this movie. But I'm a professional. So was Creasy until he wasn't. Right? That this became a thing that was greater than just professionalism. Yeah, I'm going to apply all of the professional traits I have to do this shit, but this isn't for business, and this isn't because I'm a professional. It's because I'm doing the right thing, right? I'm doing justice. That elevates him over all of La Hermandad, right? So he's going to get more credit and I'm going to weigh that much heavier than I do everybody else who's like, dude, I'm just being a professional. That's a cool story, bro. I mean, there's nothing personal. Okay. I don't care. Right, your motivations are different. They're less masculine. I'm willing to compromise my morality, but as pro, right? I don't unnecessarily harm people. I don't, I'm not. It's not like I'm a deviant who gets off on hurting people or that I'm doing nasty things to little kids or shit like that.
Right. Well, and that's why I think the villain aspect, the villain argument is so important. Which I mean, it kind of bums me out that The Voice wasn't on this now that we're having this discussion, because that's again, compare a character.
I mean, like,
go for it, Nick. My bad.
Excuse me. I was just saying, like, I mean, I was just thinking about other things in general, but like, I mean, relative to this, because and not to say that the Voice should not have been on here, which maybe I shouldn't even think about it in that extent. But let's say like we traded off Kalfas for the Voice, right? So, not to say that Kalfas didn't have any meaning or importance behind it, because I think, as we said, like every character kind of has and offers some important, like the investigator could have been on here as well, right? The reporter probably could have been on here as well. So, and again, maybe that's just something for me in my duty moving forward, is just to make sure that if we are going to apply points and something like that way, like it's maybe more fleshed out, evenly matched, or at least just for like some sort of pointing scale. And I think we could maybe even do it two ways, where we look at characters and we apply a point system for the characters only, but also maybe up thinking or applying that in mind with I think both you and Goodwin are making good points, and I think we could probably include and I know this is all sort of being talked about in real time here for everyone watching, but I mean, this is also what helps, grow the stream, and which helps grow the show as well.
It's a
And
great discussion, by all
expand.
means. I like everyone's challenging me and making me think through the rating system I have, because I was trying to find, when doing this, the most objective way to come up with this so that we're
yeah. And I mean, ever since we started kind of doing this, and just the way, I think again, like the show has been evolving over time too. And I'm always thinking like, okay, what else can I do, or we can do to just take it to the next step, take it to the next level, and whether it's what we apply to discussions, or as Janet is saying, it's thrilling content, right? But or just showing whatever it happens to be, right? But
well, I mean, the so if you're looking at like the how do we score things? I'll give you the Bible. What's the greatest love that someone can have for someone else?
Dying for
the love for someone else. So I assume you're not going to say the love of God.
No, for someone else.
Okay, for someone else, the love of parent and child.
Nope.
Or is it
to give someone's life for them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's no greater love than to give your life for someone else.
Yep.
Right. That's. Oh, by the way, guess what my boy Creasy just did?
Gave his life.
Yeah.
Crypt walked it over the bridge. The Bible. Yeah, I think
so that's in the same way that we look at things like, the how many of the masculine virtues do you and again, the important ones, family is one that we talk about is in prior movies we've kind of, it's been missing that aspect, right? Mm-hmm. This one definitely has that.
It does.
It's a family by proxy, but he still decided, this child, right, that you're going to do right by children, that this is someone who mattered to me as a child, that I saw as a certain way. Here you go. In the same way that we saw like Secondhand Lions, and was like, no, this is family, right? You see the family. Do they have a wife? No, but they take on kind of the masculine father role and provide role models, for the boy, and he ends up growing up to be Ruben, and he makes the deal, right? Hey, you guys have to slow your roll on the whole trying to get yourself killed and doing all that stuff, because you have to see me and all that. Okay, and they make the deal. Right. But then after he's out, okay, well, we can show the red ass and we, go to the bar and upside down. Creasy here is like, okay, there's the only way that I can save this child is life for life. Yeah, I'm making that trade right now. No greater love have the man.
Yeah.
And I also I give credit to movies that show the character arc that he starts.
This does to the arc,
and how far did he travel? Right, not necessarily that he attained the greatness, but where did he start versus where did he end? Right, and what were the masculine virtues that got him there? Right, and the thing about this one is that it's not like, I had to learn how to fight and learn how to set bombs and all that shit. I already knew all that shit, right? But I was suffering from like the worst thing, which is that
for show
I hated myself and wanted to end myself because I had no hope. I was absolutely nihilistic at that point, right? That just let me die. I'll take care of this shit. And then when hope was offered, he took the step to take it. Right, to pursue it, not the hey, by the way, you're going to be redeemed by this. No, I'm going to take this little step out of my darkness towards the light. That's what leads him on the path to his final redemption, where he can demonstrate the greatest love.
Yeah, I mean, because Creasy begins as having no value. Yeah, right. And I think the fact that his masculinity is rebuilt through the responsibility of teaching, training, building this
Connecting,
bond,
becoming,
connecting with
that
with
now he
Peeta.
loves, right? He loves again,
Right.
which is a necessary component.
Yeah,
That's the thing that then brings him on, versus like his the father who was suffering, kind of his own stresses or whatever, but he stands in contrast, that even though this is his child, he was willing to risk this because the devil on his shoulder, in the form of his lawyer, told this stuff, right?
Let's see. Necessity forces the hand. Choice is hard. To adopt a child is peak love. Dying for the code is peak duty. You could adopt a child out of duty, but that is the lesser than doing it by choice.
Yep. Choice is important.
Yep. I agree. I do agree.
Well, by that logic, I would say the masculinity in this, isn't far off from what I was saying. Because one of the very first points we made about Samuel is that he had choice in all this and he squandered it. So
He did, but again, he stands in contrast. That weak men
contrast
because weak men are the reason that these kinds of situations and circumstances occur. Right.
So if we're talking about the overall masculinity within this film, that is going to make it take a hit. I get that for the story to happen, that is necessary, but it does still mean that within the story, there is a lack of masculinity, from these characters, because you need that for it to happen. Like you said, he had a choice. We all agreed he had a choice, and he made the bad choices, which made this all happen. His bad choices and lack of masculinity, which need to be accounted for when we talk about overall masculinity, does have bearing on the overall rating.
Yeah. So again, if I have a story where I have 1,000 people and they're all like, no, I'm just trying to get along, it's fine, all that. And there's that one guy who goes, nah, bro, I ain't having this anymore, and I'm standing up. The 1 versus 1,000. Oh shit, he's down to. This story is only like a 0.5 out of 10 because I have 1,000 people that are just nothing but generic schlubs who are happy to go along, like Samuel. No, except that the story is about him standing up against the tide and the
stream is about, assuming I'm understanding the assignment properly, the stream is about assessing the masculinity within the film overall, then the lack thereof will need to be taken into account. That's
why the story exists. Right. If I'm just doing, if we're just doing roll call and going, okay, how many pussies do I have versus how many men do I have?
But
We're
not reviewing the movie. That's always kind of the thing on the show is we're not reviewing the movie. We're reviewing the masculinity within the movie.
Right. The story. Because
There's
again,
so much more than just the story. If it was just the story, we would just be doing movie reviews. But that's
no, because the point is to point out that the assumption is you've seen the fucking movie, right? You know what's going on. Here are the key points and key characters that kind of set up the compare and contrast and what is masculinity. What are the most masculine scenes in this thing, right? It's definitely not him riding in the fucking car with Rayburn where he's telling him, oh, you can go ahead and do something or whatever. That's not what this is about, right? What it is assuming you've seen the movie. Here we are talking about the most masculine aspects of the movie.
Right.
One of the things is having the most masculine character and compare it with those who chose not to.
Correct. And
the weakness of them and that makes the masculine character who chose it appear all the more stronger because there were
obviously. However, if we're doing exclusively masculine movies, I'll be real, we need some sort of objective rating system. Otherwise, every masculine movie we do will be a 7, 8, 9, or 10. Like that.
Well, that's not true because you can still go, hey, you know what? The story was kind of shit. There were masculine aspects there, yeah, but they were all kind of yellow. Bloodsport was an excellent example where I was like, this is a macho movie, not a masculine movie.
Yeah,
Bloodsport was a low
maybe
rating.
so. Again, I wasn't on that one. I'm going off of all the ones I've
been on. I gave that one, I think, like a 2 or a 3.
Yeah, out of all the episodes I've been on, every movie we've done has been a solid. And if I'm being generous, when I go low ball is 7 or higher, which again, that's awesome because these are good movies. So obviously we should be giving them accolades for being good movies. But if we're going to take movies that are all in the upper echelon of that masculinity. We then have to divide further between those echelons to give some sort of value assessment to them within that category.
Right, but part of that is the explanation for why you give the rating, right? Because I can give 2 movies an 8, but for entirely different reasons, and the reasons matter. The scores do not just stand on their own all by themselves.
I mean, I didn't say the scores stood on their own by themselves.
Right. So that's why I'm saying that, okay, we looked at that we wisely chose movies that actually exemplify masculinity to one degree or another. Yeah, we're probably going to have everything above a 5, especially after we got past Bloodsport and a couple other of the early ones. But the now it's okay. If I have 2 7s, how do I differentiate them? Well, one of them showed this kind of aspect of masculinity, but it was missing these things. This one showed these other aspects, and it was missing these other things. And so you can understand that yeah, they're not fully, 10 on the masculinity scale, because there was no one or no collection of characters that showed me the greatness. But I can also look at things like, what was the scale, right? Yeah, there was this one guy, and he was incomplete. But the things that he got, he took it to the fucking top, versus those who just kind of they hit everything, but at a kind of mediocre level or just above average kind of thing.
And that's all well and good. I'm going to vehemently disagree with Waylon's statement. It says the weakness of some male characters is not the story. Well, actually, no, you need the weakness of male characters to further a lot of these stories. So that's wrong. The masculine aspects of what this is what the story is. The side characters hardly matter. Again, I think that is absolute bullshit. And as we mentioned, all the side characters in this movie, if we're going to just use this one as our barometer, absolutely mattered. It's all about the main character and the center theme. Okay, you cannot have a main character again unless you have other aspects, story, character, all that to the events within said story to compare and contrast that to. So to say that all of these episodes just come down to the main character is fucking retarded.
No, but again, the comparison, the contrast between the main character and the weaker
I'm not
other
arguing
characters.
with your point on that, and frankly, I can agree and disagree with certain parts of your argument, but I don't think you can disagree with anything I said in response to Waylon there, because that was a ridiculous argument that didn't help your point whatsoever.
Well, what he's saying is the weakness of some male characters is not the story. They are components of the story, but they are not the story. Right.
Right, but the story of the main character is only a component of the story. The story is the over-encompassing
Right,
thing.
but you're giving like equal weight to side characters versus main character when that's not necessarily logical or even coherent, right? That again, that hey, there's that guy on the side of the road as I walked by. I don't care. Right? What was his? I don't know. He looked like a weak bitch.
Yeah,
cool story, but Big Man is trying to head to other big man.
To the characters that Nick decides are the characters that are viable enough to the story and to the stream to talk about. That yeah, if they are worth talking about on the stream, they are worth giving a fair amount of weight to. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about them.
Yeah, so part of that should be that you should definitely include protagonist and antagonist as characters that are covered, right? Which would bring on the voice and probably Fuentes, but also the father and all that stuff, because they're also antagonists, right? They're the reason that this shit happened.
Yeah.
Right. And it's him having to overcome all these people who are supposed to be best. By the way, the mom is actually more masculine than the dad.
I was just surprised she wasn't on the list of characters to cover either, but I figured, yeah, we had a bitch on last week. We're gonna fuck that today.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I did have her on the list, and I was like, well, I'd rather just, the daughter definitely as a female character is more important than
you
her.
hate women. You're misogynist.
Yeah, totally. To Jacob's point, is it masculine to be a bad guy? You could say being a bad guy is taking the easy way instead of the hard way of being masculine.
Yeah. So again, you can be very masculine as a bad guy, but you're always going to have a failing. Otherwise, you wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, and I think there's certain. I'm just trying to think about the list of movies at the top of my head of if there's been like a legitimate villain.
Well, I can give you one where you're going to probably struggle to find the villain, which is not the same as the antagonist. But if you look at something like Gods and Generals, right? Who's the villain?
Yeah, it's a matter of perspective, I guess.
Right. A lot of those wars are like, well, I mean, we're this is one side or the other.
I mean, you could say like we did Saving Private Ryan, right? Well, who are the bad guys? Well, we know the bad guys are.
Okay.
But
Yeah, Occam.
I don't really know who the bad guys are in Saving Private Ryan. No, them Nazis did some cool shit, bro.
Yeah. You see, somebody was dressed in Hugo Boss. The other one was Occam.
Remember Palpatine said,
there are better moms out there.
A certain point of view.
I included the mom from.
That was Obi-Wan said that, not Emperor Palpatine.
Secondhand
It was
Lions.
Palpatine, remember?
No, Obi-Wan said absurd. No, Obi-Wan said.
Obi-Wan that said,
Luke's all like, "Why
"But I
didn't you
told you
tell
it
me
was
Vader
true."
was my father?"
No,
He said,
what else? If you look at
sudden point of view.
episode 3, remember he said Anakin. He's good as a.
No, that's Anakin. The Jedi are bad from my point of view.
Exactly.
Shut
I
up.
only accept Jana as the only woman on YouTube.
That's why there's only 2.5 good Star Wars movies.
The Sith were right.
I mean, if you read the extended universe, the Sith kind of were right in a lot of regards.
That's the hilarious thing is I look at like the TLJ thing where he like tosses the lightsaber or whatever. I looked at that. I was like, I could actually write that to make it make sense. The problem is they let Ryan Johnson write it instead.
Right. Yeah. He missed the whole point of doing that act and not following through with it.
Well, I mean, the idea that so the Jedi are essentially, maybe you look at like, because George in the prequels is basically doing like kindergarten Rome, because that's about all of his understanding of politics. But if you look at the Jedi, they're essentially the Praetorian Guard, and they are the way that the Senate is not really responsible or making the hard decisions themselves. It's just, oh no, these guys will handle it outside of our power and all that. And if you then have Luke later recognizing, you know what, that's kind of a problem. The leadership, the government should be handling all of the hard problems, and we just exist, as the Jedi. We can't exist as the Jedi Order because we will become the Praetorian Guard again. Instead, we just become like, Kane from Kung Fu, where we're just wandering around trying to do right in things that we encounter and not being as organized and all that. Okay, I can make that work. Unfortunately, Ryan Johnson wrote it, and then it was just retarded.
Ryan Johnson said Empire Strikes Back is a terrible film. So
he did, yeah. I needed more.
Wait, did Ryan Johnson really say Empire?
Yeah.
Terrible? Fucking hell!
Not joking, man. That's like when I read it, I'm like, wait, what? He said. Plus, he said it was also his exact quote, overrated.
It was overrated.
That's why Ryan Johnson's an idiot, and anyone that says, "Oh, he makes good stuff," no, he doesn't. Stop.
His brain is a glass onion.
Knives Out's a masterpiece, having a character throw up whenever she lies.
Also, that he lies with the camera. Oh, it's a detective, except I'm not actually giving you the clues because in the one shot that I showed you earlier, that didn't happen.
Guys, listen. He did an episode of Breaking Bad, okay?
Oh, so he must be good. Yeah.
Must be good.
Which one?
Actually, it was
the broken one, yeah.
Wait, I was gonna make a joke and say it was probably The Fly. Was it actually The Fly?
Yes.
Yes. That's fucking funny. I'm so glad I didn't make the joke. I would look like an idiot. Holy shit.
Also, hey Ryan, how's that new Star Wars show coming out that you're supposed to be directing 10 years ago?
Yeah, that shit didn't happen. I mean, like I was just kind of thinking about Gravewalker's comment here about a masculine character where they're alone the entire time, which I don't know if we've covered one that's been alone the entire time. I think we could say that there's been some that have been alone for a portion of the time and then did have certain side characters come in at various points, but maybe weren't in it the entire time either. Like even John Wick, right? Like Winston is in it, but isn't in it the entire time and doesn't really help him. I mean, even say what's his face, Defoe's character. Why am I blanking on it?
It seems to be going around tonight.
Yeah, he obviously helps Wick out.
Yeah.
A couple times. I think it's 2 times he snipes someone out. The girl when she's attacking him in the hotel,
and then bag in his face too.
Yeah. So yeah. So and when he's saying I'm thinking I'm back, right? So night Jamma. Have a good night, brother. So I would say John Wick is kind of alone for a majority of the first movie. He does have some assistance. I mean, I'd also say too, Rambo is also alone her majority of First Blood, and it's not until the end, right? When what's his face appears. Troutman, yeah. And it's at the Troutman shows up at the last scene of the movie, basically, right? So Rambo is alone for the entirety of the movie, right? He obviously encounters the characters, not necessarily they're not villains, but same thing as we talked about, like who's are those characters bad because they're just opposing or standing against, trying to kind of contain Rambo to a certain extent, right? Like we were saying, like I'm blank on the cop, who is also ex veteran, right? From
Teasel.
Teasel, from Korea, right? He understands what it's like for being a veteran, but
right, but you still have kind of a here is the
he's not
protagonist and the antagonist.
Yeah,
right, but he's not a villain.
He's just an antagonist.
Now, if you want one person versus
Marcus,
everything, THX 1138. One man versus an entire system.
Yes, Marcus. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. There was not any romantic encounters or buddy scenes.
No, he does actually. He talks to his former commander.
He talks to Troutman when
he also lets a kid go.
Walkie-talkie. Yeah, the kid that's in the woods or whatever.
Yeah, they save it until Rambo 2 to have the romantic encounter, with the girl that met him for 5 minutes, and then you take me with you, Rambo.
Yeah. I was going to give this movie at least an 8.5. But
yeah, I'm probably like an 8.5 or a 9, mostly again because the where do you start, where do you end for the main character? What happens to those who don't show the masculine traits? Well, they're rewarded appropriately. Both the father and the lawyer are dead. The father actually had a sudden dose of masculinity because he killed the lawyer with a fucking samurai sword. But then takes himself out because he realizes, no, I can't do any better than this. And then there you go. The mom is pretty peak. But the fact that you go from man who has done things that he absolutely regrets and does not, according to his own moral code, believe he can be redeemed of, and then has the opportunity and doesn't just wallow in his misery and nihilism, but instead takes that little step that then leads him on the path to where he can actually trade his life for someone who is innocent and deserving of the chance or whatever. I mean, that's about as masculine as you get.
True. I would agree with that. If you've never seen 127 Hours or Buried, those characters are on. That's true. Yeah.
I was gonna bring up Buried. You mentioned that earlier, but I don't necessarily know it's a particularly masculine movie. It's not really a movie without masculinity either. I just don't know that it would fit well. But I mean, it is an interesting movie. I highly recommend Buried. I never watched 127 Hours, so I can't speak to that one.
That's got a gruesome ending.
What, Buried?
No, 127 Hours because it actually happened too.
Yeah. I know the actual story. That's why I've never bothered to see the movie. I know the actual story, but Buried has a pretty fucked up ending as well.
It does. I saw it. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
That was the movie that really taught me. Was like, oh shit, Ryan Reynolds can act. He's not just like the pretty boy funny guy. Like he can act.
A lot of people can act when they are playing the shtick.
When somebody else is in charge and not them.
RoboCop, has Discovery of Lost Humanity have any masculinity?
Haven't we already covered RoboCop?
On the ad stream, but we have it on this.
Yeah.
It was on the ad stream. Okay.
Yeah. Which I mean,
that guy
could. I
mean,
think it'd be.
The problem is that the it's more a philosophical movie than it is a masculine movie, because the idea of what is left of you, how much, even if we erase your memories and all that stuff, but like what's kind of your fundamental being.
Yeah, I mean, because he's not really. I mean, how much?
Yeah, he's not really a man for
left.
there to be masculinity, and that's kind
right.
of
Yeah. I mean, I was looking at a list that I have maybe for some other movies like throughout the rest of this year that.
Yeah, do we have movies scheduled out through like April or May already?
I've got some scattered in April, May. June is pretty much all booked, except for maybe 1 week. But I've got some scattered, like throughout the year, not in like various months. So it's not like I don't have the complete year booked out yet. But I'm gonna start kind of fleshing out April and May, probably in the next, like, I don't know, week or two. I mean, we mentioned Star Wars ironically, but I think, and this is something like what Goodwin and I are talking about, obviously because of that wonderful movie I'm sure everyone is looking forward to called Mandalorian and Grogu. That we also
everybody loves Mangu, right?
I got my tickets already.
Yeah. You bought tickets already? No, you didn't.
Or did I?
Yes, he did. You know he did.
All is Lost with Robert Redford, R.I.P. I haven't seen that movie in a long time, bro.
Never seen it.
Sure.
It could work. We were talking about doing Star Wars, or AKA A New Hope.
You mean Star Wars?
That weekend.
Yeah.
May the 4th.
Which, yeah, or no, because I think the Grogu movie comes out the 22nd, which is right before Memorial Day weekend, which I would like to do like a war movie, obviously.
Nobody will memorial that movie after that
That's what
weekend.
I'm saying.
It's
yeah, so I'm like, I don't know if
Rossi will be crying into his penny loafers.
Yeah, we'll have Rossi on the show. Yeah. Just he'll basically be like, it'll be like a therapy session.
Yeah, there's so many tens of people looking forward to that film.
It's all right, little guy. You're okay.
I can unironically say I'm more excited to go see Scream 7 this weekend with my kid than I am Mandalorian and Grogu, and I don't give a fuck about Scream 7.
I'm more excited to go get my prostate examined than to watch Mandalorian and Grogu. So.
I look forward to mine.
Maybe I could schedule a colonoscopy that week or something.
Yeah, I was talking about doing a Kurosawa film this year for sure.
Yes, I would love to do a Kurosawa film.
Ironically, Eraserhead.
Did I say Kurosawa? Yeah, Kurosawa. I said right. Okay.
Eraserhead. No, you said Kurosawa the first time. Then,
Kurosawa. Sorry,
Kurosawa,
yeah.
Eraserhead. Yeah. We're not going to.
I tell you what, Elephant Man is
we talked
is
about
one
Elephant
that we
Man.
should definitely do.
Yes. Yeah. Mangu. Hold on. Mangu might by new.
I mean, that's what I've been calling it, is the Mangu and the Grandalorian.
Start saying it, Gravewalkers, and see if it sticks. No pun intended for the goo part.
This is the way.
Yeah.
Looking for that Mangu movie. Let's go. Well, it's on the hub if you look.
This is gay. It did have hold on, where is it? Did have Hookers and Blow though.
That's true. And we have the excellent masculine line, bitches leave.
Bitches leave.
Even my fucking phone call. He's so good in that movie.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'd say I'll figure it out what movies we're gonna do in May. Please do Yojimbo. I think that was one I was considering. Because I was trying to remember. I was between that and I thought I had it written down, or maybe it's in Discord. I forget what it was. Because what was the movie we talked about on Zax's channel?
Seven Samurai was one we talked about on Zax's channel.
No. I know we mentioned it, but what was that? Was that the one that was in the years We were doing the verses.
No, it was Ran.
Ran. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. Right here. Boom. Yeah, that's right. Oh my God. Sorry. Blind. Even though I had it up.
I thought you were talking about when we were doing the
we were talking
the
about
epic tier list, like the tier list of epics, because Seven Samurai was
oh,
on that
that's
list.
right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I wasn't on, but I remember I was watching that one. Yes.
Oh, I thought you were on that one. Okay.
No, I was in chat. I remember I was chiming in a lot about it, but I remember talking about Seven Samurai on that stream along with a bunch of others, of course. But so yeah, definitely doing a Kurosawa film this year for sure.
Well, then we should definitely do some John Ford
what's
movies.
up,
You know, the thing that inspired Kurosawa.
We could. Brokeback Mountain. That's going to be our April Fool's movie, which is definitely going to get probably the lowest rating ever on the show.
I mean, if we're going to cover something important, let's cover Velocipaster.
Oh, that's going to be a 10 out of 10, though.
Obviously, I mean,
and I think,
as a masculine, not as a piece of cinema, which obviously 10 out of 10 cinema wise, but
let's be honest,
true,
10,
yeah.
10 out of 10 isn't high enough for Velocipaster.
Yeah.
Well, I think at that point, I might need to.
It's a little cross out of 10.
Yeah, at that point, I need to also consult the woman that is the Velocipaster expert.
The Vexosaurus.
She used to wear a crown when she was on YouTube, but
a lofty crown.
Now she just wears Pokemon cards instead.
What are you talking about, Zax? One of them gets fixed at the end of that movie.
It's true. I haven't watched it 5 times.
Which Eastwood is Yojimbo?
Fistful of Dollars.
Yeah. Man Shot of Liberty, Violence. Yeah. Searchers. Fistful of Dollars.
Yeah, Fistful of Dollars is Yojimbo. There's also there's another couple of spaghetti westerns that are essentially Yojimbo.
See, I'm more of a lasagna western kind of guy.
Well, they got some of that for you too.
It's tasty.
Yep.
They're all named Sergio. They just have different last names. I'm serious. There's like 3 or 4 spaghetti western directors that were good. They were all named Sergio.
There's a couple movies I definitely will cover and definitely plan on covering. It's just I'm kind of honestly I'm drawing it out for no other reason. But I know that there's a couple that keep getting named. Like, oh, when are you gonna, like, because Gord's always like, when are you gonna do Masters and Commanders? When are you gonna do Masters and Commanders? I'm like, eventually.
Master and Commander. There we go.
Yeah. Eventually we will.
Well, I mean, if you want to get Gordon here, Amadeus.
I know.
Sadly, that might be a little hard on the masculinity.
Yeah, like I was like, I don't know how we would do that one, but
that terrible film.
Yeah, Selima and
overrated film. Red Sun is like Charles Bronson, Yojimbo actor in the Old West.
Yeah, what was the Wave on know this? Which one was the silence character?
Could do Bronson.
Because that's very much like High Plains Drifter and Pale Rider.
I mean, I know I've mentioned this before, but there's like,
the Outlaw Josie Wales, we better fucking cover at some point.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's definitely certain movies this year that we're doing on, their anniversaries. Like, I mean, ironically, we're going to be doing, Watchmen on its 25th.
Can't wait to do that one. Watchmen's gonna be a blast.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a great TV show.
Wait, there's a TV show? And there's definitely some other ones in the month of June that have some sort of anniversary.
Yeah, The Great Silence. There we go.
That we're going to be covering, of course, too. So, and then I was trying to I have 3 movies picked out for October that have some sort of spooky-ish sense to them, or it's kind of.
You don't mean black people, do you?
No, but there's the word black.
That's their word
in one of them.
Oh,
yeah. but yeah, I mean, it's like when Godzilla -0 comes out, we're going to be doing -1. which is
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be awesome. That's gonna be
Boatload of
good.
masculinity in that one.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one to talk
That'll be
about.
a party.
I'm really looking forward to that one. So, but
Have you watched the -1 minus color?
Oh yes,
God, they did a really good job of grading that to look like the old school movie.
I hope I saw Minus Color in theater because they only had it for like a weekend. My God, I was like, this might be one of my favorite theater experiences I've ever had.
Dude, I've never. I think I've told this story before. I got a like it was damn near a month early pre-screening for Godzilla -1. And it was at an IMAX, and obviously IMAXs have stadium seating. Like they have,
Yeah.
I've never seen a pre-screening 100% sold out, packed the whole nine.
Wow.
People clapped at the end. It was the movie of, I think, 2023 when it came out. Like it was the thing that sticks out about the movie the most for me is how perfectly, subtly, and minimally they use the original 1954 score, like, because they do it, but they only do it like twice in the whole movie. And at both times it is like there's member berries, then there's actually how you do callbacks moments like that, right? And it's just so expertly done. 2024, thank you, Waylon. Expertly done. It was beautiful.
Was it really 20? I was thinking it was like the end of 23.
See, I thought it was the end of 2023 as well. I saw it, and again, I don't know
like
when
December,
it came out for the regular, because my theater screening was early
-1.
December, I believe, of 2023. It was like
one's-
December 9th or something.
Yeah, because I seen the black and white version in January because they made sure to make it for the next year for the
Yeah,
it was only for 1 week only. But yeah, I seen the black and white.
Yeah, okay, no. So it
came out
officially
in
released
December
December 1st, 2023. So my
Yeah.
screening would have been in November of 2023.
Right. Yeah, that's why I was thinking. It was December of 23.
Yeah, because I remember I was like, oh, I made a joke saying we got Oppenheimer and -1 in the same year.
And then yeah, like in January or so, they did the minus color.
Yes. Yep.
That by the way is an example of, okay, here's a schlocky kind of genre flick or whatever, but with the right creator you can actually make a really good fucking movie out of it. It doesn't just have to be stupid.
Well, it's like Jay was saying, when Minus Color was announced, I was reading up on it. Like, it's just going to be like, I guess in the past, they would just put like a gray filter over it, but the director's like, he actually filmed it, certain scenes to be in black and white.
Yeah, he color corrected it so that it would actually look like the old style, and they kind of had the overexposed shots and a few things, and it was like, yes, because when they said they were going to do minus color, I was like, please just don't just slap a grayscale filter on it. Do it correctly.
I'm watching it too in the theater. I'm thinking because I'm so used to seeing like the iconic blue flame, but then like having that in the theater with the whole fucking like his flame, that like weird like white glow is just as haunting as the blue flame.
Yeah, you're getting the overexposure and it's kind of blooming and all that.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, that's how you should do it.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm presuming we're going to get minus color again when Zero comes out.
That would be smart, so.
Oh yeah, which I mean,
I have worries about Zero.
I heard
I have the sneaking suspicion that -1 was lightning in a bottle, and that's going to be really hard to replicate.
I heard a leak. I don't know if we want to read said leak, but trying to think who I sent it to.
Yeah, the problem is like, where do you go from here besides like adding more monsters?
Hold on. I can tell you, which I mean, I'm not gonna say that I didn't expect that to happen either, but I'm trying to think who I sent the damn leak to. But obviously it's spoilers for -1 in case anyone out there watching has not seen it yet. But the leak was I thought I might have sent it to you, Liam. I guess I didn't. But the leak,
now that I know of, I don't think you sent me a Godzilla leak.
I don't think so. But what I recall in the leak was that what's left of the sinking Godzilla, years have passed. he comes back, but who is it? The girl. Oh God, I'm forgetting her name.
The other one?
No, the wife that got infected, because it showed that she was infected with
yeah,
something
she
near
gets
the very
infected,
end.
and so that is somehow linked to Godzilla. So Godzilla comes back, but there's something with under the mountain that is a greater threat than that Godzilla has.
Yeah, I think this is going to follow the original Godzilla trajectory,
so,
which is he starts off as a villain, then he comes back as more of an I don't really want to say hero, but a
anti-hero.
Yeah, like an anti-hero, lesser of two evils. Because I mean, Godzilla is at the end of the day, he's a force of nature. He's a defender of nature itself and whatnot. So yeah, him fighting these these greater threats isn't necessarily for humanity's benefit, but for the benefit of the Earth. And I do want to see what the director -1, what his take would be on these other monsters. I mean, because there's just a Pokemon style gotta catch 'em all collection of great monsters that we've not seen since the 80s, honestly, because the American movies have brought some in, but we haven't seen Space Godzilla, we haven't seen Destroyer,
Biollante.
We haven't seen Biollante, we haven't seen Gigan,
Yeah, and I don't know again what the MonsterVerse. I just saw his leak from the pre-screening of the new Godzilla from the MonsterVerse, with Kong and everything, and that apparently Space Godzilla is confirmed. But
yeah, my theory for the next one was either going to be Space Godzilla or Destroyer, because they said his origin was that he was coming from space. It's it's one of those two.
Yeah, and I think. And the rumor says that there's something else at the end that shows that Space Godzilla is not the final boss, which I'm assuming, it's got to be just Destroyer at that point. But I think, if that's going to be the case, and I don't know who's communicating with who at that point, but if they're not they're trying to do their own things, then I would assume that -0 might be, I'd hope it'd be cool to see Biollante, but I mean, I wouldn't be completely surprised if it was Ghidorah or Ghidorah, however you pronounce it, but could be it. But again, we'll
crossover with other Japanese titles.
Could, yeah.
It's Godzilla versus Battle of the Gargantuas. Let's fucking go. We'll have the green one, the brown one, and then we'll have I was like, let's go.
Yeah. But yeah, lots of cool stuff.
It'll be Godzilla versus tariffs. Make it happen.
Yeah. That being said, we'll wrap it up. We'll raid into Cindy. I think she's prepping to
yeah, she'll be live in 7 minutes, knowing her.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll make the rounds. Leanne, what you got going on this week, brother?
I got going on this week. Tinfoil haters tomorrow. Not entirely sure what we're covering yet, but I know we're gonna be covering something. I got a few ideas, so if y'all want your conspiracy goodness, check it out. Also, did a video today. So if you haven't, it's kind of blowing up. So would love if you guys were to check that out. A video coming out tomorrow covering the Resident Evil 9 leaks. Talked about it on stream today, so me and Cindy gonna be clipping that, and there will be spoilers. So make sure to check that out. And videos and streams every day.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll go check out that video for sure. Blue, what you got going on while I look up this?
Yeah, today with Jay, we're watching it because Robert Duvall died. I asked Jay, a good Robert Duvall film. So a film called Colors, which I haven't seen for a long time, him and Sean Penn. And boy, watch Colors in 2026, and it's going to be a fun stream watching a film like that, but about, cops and racial profile and things like that. It's a very good film. But I mean, we looked at Duvall's filmography. The guy was in 80 films. It's hard to pick just one. That's what we chose for today, though. Yeah, and like Leon said, Scream 7's coming out, so I'll check that out this week.
I don't know what other movies are coming out. Given where else you gonna be this week?
Yeah, I'll be on. We'll be covering Colors, which is I saw that in theaters.
Oh, sure. Huh?
Predates Boys in the Hood and all that stuff by like 3 years, and
Yeah.
actually gives a pretty good portrayal of what's going on. Doesn't just try to, make either side or any of the sides look glorious or whatever.
Yeah,
It's a very
definitely.
realistic thing, and it was directed by Dennis Hopper.
Oh.
Pretty good flick. Then sadly we'll be here for Primal. I have not seen the current episode, but
I haven't either. I hear it's terrible.
Yeah, Vex is certainly impressed with it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I've heard some things about it. Well, kind of judge it for myself, but we'll see. We'll see what's up. Oh God, Waylon, I remember that fucking movie. It was an '80s movie.
It's been a long time.
Mm.
I'll look it up for you.
Yeah, without looking it up.
True
I remember.
Confessions.
Yeah.
True Confessions. Oh,
1981. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
There you go. Who's not gonna watch Secondhand Lines, but Lent started. What are you giving up? Watching good movies?
Hosty is offline for that.
Oh, wow.
I told him, I was like, what? It takes you a week to touch grass? It only took Jesus 3 days to come back from the dead.
Wait a second. I thought I saw him on Discord. I'm gonna find you, Hosty. I know you're.
Yeah, look at that. Bootzilla knows what was up.
Yep.
Well, dancing and trying to have sex with the bunny. Yeah.
Yeah, he was going out there for that movie.
I could have sworn Hosty posted something recently.
Yeah, and Don Cheadle is a bad guy.
Wait, Lent started last Wednesday, right? 18th?
I don't know.
Yeah, it did.
I gave up Catholicism for Lent.
Man, this kid posted something in my Discord on 2/20/2026 at 10:47 p.m. I'm gonna go Stephen A. Smith on his ass. Posted a meme in my Discord, bitch.
That was my favorite thing in my job when the Catholics would come in and I'd be like, you have something on your forehead. Because they were putting the ash on.
Yep. Now,
got a little something there. You might want to
non-denominational Christian. I'm just like, no, I'm going to continue to do my good deeds. And
they were like, what did you give up for Lent? Catholicism.
I gave up phony religions.
Yep, I gave up this silly shit.
I
gave up priests.
I have to say that, no offense to Catholicism, I think that I mean, it's better than other religions out there, for sure. But
it's on a spectrum.
Yeah. Anyway, as for myself, yes, as Gwynn mentioned, we're going to be covering episode 7. We're near. Is it 7 or 8? I don't even remember. I think it's 8. God,
no,
I hope is it 7? I just wish it was 10 and be over.
Might be 6.
No, it's not 6. I think it's.
Oh,
7.
that's right, because it was the last week, so it's 7 this one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 7. So you've got a few more, and we're finally done and over.
Yeah.
Talking about this. In terms of Wednesday goes, I'll be on ABF's Trigger Happy stream, probably talking about nerd shit. And then may or may not be on Zach's stream. I don't know. He
kind of made some rumblings like he was going to do something. I'm not sure what he's doing.
Yeah. Well, the group chat made it sound like they're going to be covering that gay ass Game of Thrones whatever show that I'm not watching.
Oh, yeah. I think I sprained a testicle. I'm not.
I was like, if that's what you guys are doing, like, power to you. Enjoy the stream. I'm not showing up for that. I couldn't give a fuck less about. Was like Knights of the Round or something?
Yeah, Jacob brought up Duvall playing Stalin. Yeah, that's one of the best portrayals of Stalin made for HBO movie.
That's why I said we just picking one for but we'll eventually get to more because again the guy's fucking when you make 80 films,
a shit ton. We were just like, go ahead, start listing them.
There is a lot. I mean, there is some good masculinity points in Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which I'm probably just gonna save and talk about in a video. But I don't know what else can be said about it. I haven't read the book. I'm gonna order it and Just
yeah, I've
see
kind of
what
had
happens,
a running commentary with a few people about the Night of the Seven Kingdoms is
That's what it is. Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
it's good. You
Mhm.
know, I don't think it's especially great, and I think that a lot of people have dropped their standards either because I'm a Game of Thrones fan and they pissed and shit in my mouth regularly. And then here's the thing that doesn't do that. So it's a 10 out of 10. And I'm like, you're fucking high.
It's not a 10 out of 10 show.
Right. Because I was
I'll
like,
say
they're like, this is the greatest, one of the greatest shows. It's a 10 out of 10. I was like, is that right? Well, Deadwood and Rome would like a word. Let me know when you can carry their jock strap. The Wire, I'll absolutely put that above that. The Band of Brothers, get the fuck out of here. When you're telling me it's a 10, fuck off.
Sopranos.
Is it a does it have some good themes? And is it it's like
It does, yeah.
you're in the fucking desert, somebody gave you some pond water and you're like, God damn, man, this must be like that high end spring water shit. This is some good shit, whatever. And it's like, yeah, back when we grew up, swimming in lakes and shit, it'd be like, this is just some old pond water. That's all right, I'm not going to get dysentery from it, but
let's say, compared to Game of Thrones season 8, this show is, because I watched episode 1 at curiosity. I'm like, this show compared to season 8, this is a fucking masterpiece.
Right, but again, I'm not dropping my standards to go, well, look at what current shit happened. No, man, I have a memory. I remember when shit was good. That's why I shit on all of this.
You want to talk about that? Fucking dumbass blue over here in the group chat in Masculine Mondays. We were talking about the Movie Nights in the Ad, group chat. The new X-Files reboot got brought up, and I said something along the lines of like, this revival might be the biggest insult to me personally of all recent television revivals, the Ryan Coogler X-Files revival. Yeah. And Blue was like, hey, you should at least cover it. It'd be good for content. It's like, fuck you. I'm not spending my precious time covering something I know I'm going to hate for views. Like, the time is worth so much more than any amount of clicks I might get off of this. Ooh, I almost said the F slur. This dog ass show that I refuse to acknowledge exists. I refuse to cover. There's, unless some really shocking breaking news happens, I'll do a video on it. I'm not watching the show to do any sort of coverage.
Yeah,
fuck that it even exists.
Yeah, I think the like Waylon and I were talking about what's worse, like the show that has like a good first season and then drops through the fucking floor like Arcane. Or Westworld or shit like that, or the ones that kind of gradually degrade, like Game of Thrones, where by like season 4 you're like, I don't know, this is quite as good. Maybe it'll be better. And season 5 is like, I don't know about this. And by the time you get to 8, you're like, oh sweet Jesus, what is happening? I think the easier ones are the ones where you just, I don't even have to see it and go, fuck that shit. I'm out. No, hell no. Because I save a lot of time with that.
Well, that's why with the X-Files show, I'm it's like this morbid curiosity, because I watched the entire series like twice. And I'm like, how awful can this be? And like, I'm sure every second episode, like, wow, you don't disappoint because it's getting worse by the second.
It's like Starfleet Academy. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Here's a meme for the night. You asked for it. Her talk to her. You will taste man flesh.
Okay, I'm down.
I don't know what that is.
No, she is most assuredly tasted man flesh before. Stop it. Look at her.
A regular Bonnie Blue's pregnant.
Yeah. I think for Thursday, I'm gonna be on For the Homies podcast show for the first time. I might do a short gaming stream like Thursday night after that, and then I think I might be joining Cine's stream Thursday night as a guest, and I don't know. We might talk about spooky stuff. We might talk about other stuff. TBD. But
nice.
Yeah, next Monday we are.
Oh, Nick, have you seen the game that was made by the guys that did Space Marine 2? The zombie game?
Yeah, Toxic Commando.
Yeah, that looks cool.
I streamed that. I streamed the demo last Thursday. With me, Draconis.
It also caused a massive argument between me and Blue.
It wasn't an argument.
Oh yeah, in the chat.
It was
Yeah,
a fun
yeah.
argument, but it was an argument. It was fun. I enjoy arguments like that, but it was an argument.
Oh god, that was the inevitable Blues moving target for quality and
Which
what good? I don't know. Let me just appeal to any authority I can. Don't.
I know this is completely unrelated to the full extent of Masculine Mondays, but for the sake of just conversations and things that we were talking about when there's negative remarks and people bitching about shit. So I go to the I see I'm updating my Steam library, and then I see let me reshare my screen real quick. Hold on. I see
reviews.
So I pre-ordered the game. I pre-ordered John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. Because it's only $30 for me. I'm like, I've spent more money on shittier games, AAA games that have offered much less, and I'm like, I'll probably get at least $100 gameplay out of this for sure. Like, especially if they offer updates like every quarter, which I think they will.
If nothing else, it's a good bullet hell game. Just shoot and keep shooting. There you go.
Oh yeah, I mean we were playing 4 players co-op with Draconis and two of my buddies yesterday, and I was like, we were having a blast. And so two of my best friends were like, all right, I'm sold. I'm pre-ordering it. So I'm like, dude, it's gonna be a fucking fun game, especially co-op, man. That's gonna be fun. I'll definitely stream more of that. But so then I see the game is doesn't come until March 12th. Ironically a Thursday, so I'll be streaming that on March 12th. But I see this pop up on the let me see, window. Yeah, so I see this. Demo update 1 patch notes. Talks about the quality of life adjustments. And then it says, regarding the highly requested FOV slider, we want to assure you we are actively working on this feature and plan to implement it as soon as possible. We are also working on adding a toggle ADS option. And the some bitches that were complaining about the fucking FOV slider were fucking ridiculous. Sorry, it's in the demo. But yeah, hold on. Let me go back. This is what I talked about this live on stream last Thursday night. And I'm like, you guys are complaining. You guys are giving negative fucking remarks for this shit. Oh no FOV slider in the demo. You gotta be shitting me.
When I play a demo, it should be just as good as a quality $60 game because it's a demo.
Well, not only that, but you spoiled cunts. Get the fuck out of here. Dude, the idea that you could alter the view of what you get the fuck out of here.
I was like, man,
you know what you didn't do? You saw what the fuck you saw. You killed what was in front of you, and you shut the fuck up.
I was like, these
plebs we did. We celebrated when we had mouse look in fucking Quake. Oh my god, I can use my mouse to look around.
I was like, do you have any idea how many first-person shooter games did not offer the ability to have a FOV option?
Yeah.
It's not even I'm sure this is people on I mean, I don't know if people were complaining about this on console as well, but like, yeah, I mean the amount of games too. I'm like, bitch. Did Team Fortress have a FOV slider? Did Counter-Strike have an FOV slider? Did Half-Life have an FOV slider? No.
I'm gonna be real. I don't know if any of the games in my Steam library that I've played do have an FOV slider. I don't know. I just like, here's the only thing I adjust. I go into my games, I adjust the graphics settings to make sure that they're as good as they can be, and I adjust the audio settings if I'm going to be streaming it. That way, it's not overpowering my stream. Those are the only settings I ever touch. So there might be, if there is an FOV slider, didn't know it. I played those games, whatever the default was, fucking fine.
I mean, as a PC Master Race, ambassador, I was. I mean, on the stream, I was just like, I was kind of going off. I'm like, this. I mean,
usually the oh shit, what the fuck retarded camera is this? And it's a console port. that
And
I then
that's
have to
exactly
go,
where it's from.
okay, I gotta try and please let them have some sort of fix here, because you had mouth breathers who I can't figure out how to boot up a computer, so I need an appliance. I just put the thing in and then play the game, and I'm gonna use my clown sticks, and that's when I'm looking for an FOV where it was like, I don't know what retard designed this camera, but he needs to burn in hell because he was making it for mouth breathers. But yeah, like that game, just like watching it or whatever, I was like, no, you don't need an FOV slider. I mean, the camera is more than sane enough to be able to see the stuff. And over the way, the part of the problem is you should have a limited field of view because shit needs to surprise you coming up from the side. And all that, right?
I'm like, this
You know what? Maybe that's why I don't see that there aren't FOV sliders in the games I play, because my go-to genre is horror games. So like that would completely defeat the purpose of horror games.
Yeah. Where you'll get it are like, okay, I'm doing third person, and I don't know who programmed this retarded camera, but it's looking at the back of my head, and that's 50% of the view. Maybe we should not do that, right? Or I got into a hallway, it decided to crawl into a lamp, and now all I see is the fucking light bloom. That's a bad decision. Let's try and broaden that out, or mess with like camera distance or things like that, right? But almost always those things are console ports that are fucked up.
Yeah. Well, I only seen Nick like one review you read was like someone's complaining that, hey, so this online co-op game, right? There's no offline mode. There's not much offline content for an online co-op game.
That is absolutely console retards.
Triggered me. I was like.
And I'm like, but these are the kind of people that are giving this game the negative reviews, because why would an online co-op game only have online co-op mode?
Because they're
I
console
do
retards
have
who are used to playing split screen.
I don't know about in this game. I do have a grief with that depending on marketing. Because if you take, let's say, for example, Overwatch, the way Overwatch was marketed with all these cinematic trailers and stuff made it seem like there was a legitimate story. And to find out that it was online co-op only with no single player campaign and all the story stuff was like supplemental material, that pissed me off when Overwatch was announced, because like, why would you be releasing all these trailers and giving characters actual personalities and showing there's events and stories, and then none of that's actually in the game? You shouldn't market a fucking game like that. But I can't.
It's Overwatch 2, yeah.
I can't speak to whether this game did that or whatnot, so I don't have that.
No, so this one they're complaining because they want multiplayer but not online, so they basically want split screen multiplayer.
Yeah,
gotcha.
It's like, okay, that's cool. Halo don't even do that anymore. Sorry. And we didn't promise it to begin with. Why you assuming it's going to be there? This isn't sit around and get drunk game. We built it differently.
It's like it's one thing to have criticisms, but the criticisms that we're seeing is just like Helldivers. I don't hop. You can play it single player. You're a fucking moron if you're playing Helldivers by yourself. That game is not meant to be played by yourself. That's just how it is. Like it's.
I mean, like just it's. The first thing that came to my mind was people that play COD that are just trying to look at this, and I'm like, dude, this game is not COD. This is not a PvP game. Field of view does not matter that much in this, if at all, because the idea is you have these creatures, you have these zombies that are supposed to surprise you, or supposed to come at you from different directions, which requires you to have better awareness. So you're constantly, looking for not, well, if this is my field of view because this is what the game is intending my view be, not this is my view so I can actually see what's coming at me because, I want to see everything I possibly can in COD because it's a purely PvP based game. Like people who played Left 4 Dead, guess what? There was no field of view slider on that.
Well, I think that's a bad example. Wasn't Left 4 Dead like kind of top
But that's what
down?
this game is based off of.
This one's the same kind of thing.
This is a conglomeration of World War Z, Left 4 Dead, Vermintide 2, / Dark Tide, and then mixed with the Call of Duty zombies and the functionality of you have
but the engine of Space Marine 2.
Right, exactly. With the engine of Space Marine 2.
So you're gonna have hordes, literal. I mean, not. Oh no, I have 64. No. Try 640.
Hundreds. Yeah. You have hundreds of zombies coming on that like killable, shootable zombies at the same time. While there's the four of you shooting God knows what into them. So
it's basically Space Marine 2 with the Tyranids just fucking flooding over that shit. Yeah, do that, but with zombies.
With zombies, yeah, and like it's crazy because like the graphics aren't that demanding either, which is nice. So it's like, oh, I gotta have like
Yeah, you don't see like big slowdowns when there's a shit ton of zombies. It's like, nah, it's fine. We got it.
In a demo, I had 0 issues. I had 0 graphical issues, except maybe one time I was driving the truck and I kind of went through the mud. I was like, oh, but whatever. That's just like a texture thing. Like, so, what's up, Pandemic Mass? I know this one dude who sets his FOV to 120 on everything he plays. That's exactly my point. When you have the idea of, oh, I can either have it at 70, I think it's either 60 or 70 is like the lowest your FOV will go, or you can max it out on 120, where you just have this wide angle view.
Yeah, I'm looking at everything from a fisheye because I'm trying to get part of it is we put social shit in with the video game. So if you get these achievements, then you show up on the leaderboard and you can have bragging rights. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I like to do? Kill people. I don't give a fuck about what things I unlocked other than I unlocked your head.
Yeah.
With my sniper shot.
And like, granted, there have been games where I have adjusted an FOV, but guess what? Those games were an FOV game. And I can't remember the last game it was that I adjusted an FOV because I stopped playing Call of Duty a while ago. I don't even think Arc Raiders, which is probably the only PvP game I play right now, has an FOV slider. And if it does, I didn't adjust it. And I just went into it and I was like, cool. All right, well, my graphics. All right, I'm done. Let's go. Keybinds? Cool, let's go. Waylon is drunk.
Nobody's surprised.
Good night. He had something else you and Blue are sharing.
We've all been there. I mean, at least he's going to bed and I'm not driving.
Yeah. Blue's never left.
Waylon. But you, Leon, you'd probably like the game. I mean, like it's fun. There's a
now I'm on a PC where I can play the game.
You might be able to.
No, I'm saying I am. I'm on my new PC. I've been on my
new
PC.
PC. Right. Yeah. So you could totally support it, dude. 100%.
Yeah, I've been going back. I'm finally playing E33, Stellar Blade. I'm playing all these badass games that I missed because now I'm able to.
For sure, dude. Yeah, this is definitely one of those like
Star Wars Outlaws.
I just don't play online co-op games very often because I am an absolute asshole control freak. Like that's why I play multiplayer games where like against each other, like fighting games and whatnot. But like if I've got a squad or a team and people aren't doing what I tell them to do, I'm a nightmare to play with. And I know this about myself, which is why I don't do it very often. But
that's me, but that's because I started playing Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six back in the 90s, and I was like, no, motherfucker. If you just cost me 2 hours of creeping around to try and get position because your dumbass decided to burst out, I'm gonna team kill you the first time we respawn.
It's so I don't remember what game it was, but it was when me and Cindy had only known each other a couple months, and we've been playing video games together and whatnot. But we were playing something that was highly competitive, and I wish I remember what it was. And I just fucking went in on her. It was one of those like I went on her so bad, like. She doesn't know me very well yet. I may have just ended this fucking friendship with the way I just spoke to her because I said some heinous shit. And then when the match was done, I was like, I'm really sorry. I was really into the games. And she's like, so this is the kind of gamer you are. I'm like, yeah. And so like we started playing different games together.
I'll motherfuck you if you're on my team and you're playing the fool or I ran out to. I'm sorry, you did what? No, motherfucker, get the fuck out of here.
Glad you guys.
I definitely am like that. If it's any sort of ranked, like where there's stakes.
I don't care about ranked. I don't care if nobody but God, you and me are watching. If you fuck up on my team, we are gonna have a talk.
Because Nick knows Helldivers. If you don't die friendly fire at least 15 times a match, like.
I mean, Helldiver. I mean, like if you're getting team kill a lot, I mean it's one thing, but I mean, I think we play on the hardest difficulty now that it's just one of those things where it's like. Unless it's just bullshit from the game itself, which can happen because it's intended and coded to be that insanely difficult. That's one thing, but
but again, I don't need you, a teammate, adding to my fucking difficulty level.
I will say it's probably been a month or so, but I was when I was playing. No, I will say I definitely got angry a couple times playing Marvel Rivals, and that's why I don't play Marvel Rivals anymore. Because I got reported one time because someone had a soft ass spine in proximity chat or group, team chat or whatever. But I was playing with some friends in Arc Raiders, and in obviously like with PvPing. It's like, dude, I need you to fucking shoot him. I pinged him. Like, I didn't see him. I'm fucking live pinging him, man. Like, well, I didn't have a good angle. I was like, I told you to fucking get in a good position. Come cover me. I had a good shot. Like LOS. Like just I said, count of 3, 1, 2, 3, shoot. Boom, 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 boom. Like would have been dead. And it's sort of like just take that breath, and I'm just like, all right, I need to pick up a new loadout now. But yeah, it's definitely PvP games that definitely do it.
Yeah. Because again, if I know I'm dealing with I'm fighting another human, I was like, motherfucker, don't let me down.
That's Then the competitive
I am
nature
I am not eating shit with your fucking name on it.
Yeah, like Toxic Commando, I could probably get pretty drunk and still like have a damn fun time.
Yeah, we're just dealing with fucking hordes. Okay.
Yeah, I know, and it might be insane. I was like,
but I'm competing with other people. We have a different thing. Yeah.
Well, I was like, guys, we should play on very hard. It's like, well, it says to be level 15, and the demo cap's at 5. I'm like, yeah, we'll be fine. Come on,
it's fine. Let's go.
I might curse a lot, but it's we might get frustrated as all hell, but it'll be fine. So, but honestly, I was just also testing out Shape of Dreams, which is a pretty fun roguelite game that is also co-op, and is also very frustrating. I may or may not have been playing at a harder difficulty and slammed my desk very hard because I died in the final boss. And that was 50 minutes of just gone by. But you unlock things in that game, which is nice. So it wasn't all for naught, but I didn't beat it on a harder difficulty, which is like, well, I guess there's always next time. But that's a fun game. But anyway, yeah, people complaining about the dumbest shit, and they just need a little bit more masculinity in their lives.
I used to have a buddy where we had computers set up like next to each other in the office, and we were playing the one of the original Call of Duty games, and it was that snowy map. And the rest of our team were fucking retards, and they just and then you just see them like wiped out, and I'm like, great. So it's my buddy and I was like, all right, we're going to crouch, and we're going to like quiet walk through the stuff, because if you ran, it would do crunch, 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 and everybody could fucking hear you. So I'm like crouch and just silently moving around, and he decides, oh, I say something, I'm going to get it, and he gets dead. It is now 7 versus me. And I then spend like the next 20 minutes quietly moving around, killing people one at a time. Ended up clearing out that thing. But I was like, thank you for making me pucker this entire time, because your dumbass decided, oh, I hear something, bang, and you're done.
Oh, good old COD days.
Well, Moha, man.
Yep.
Medal of Honor Adelaide Assault was great.
Medal of Honor was really fun.
Yeah.
I miss those games, actually. But all right, we're gonna call it here. We're gonna raid into Cindy. Got that set up. Go throw some, I don't know, melons in her chat, buy us up something, whatever. I don't know what a good emoji is to throw in her chat.
Fire, man on fire. You're all men on fire.
Oh yeah. Just throw men on fire in the chat. So. But yeah, we'll see everyone here next week for The Bride. Not the new Bride that's coming out, the 1985 version of The Bride. So, because I think this new version's probably
it's gonna be ass.
Ass, yeah. I'm like,
this one has Clancy Brown, so
yeah,
and Sting.
Yeah, this new version has well, first of all, it's directed by Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, so that's gonna be shit.
So that's fun. I mean, it's unfortunate that there's a Skarsgård and Bale is also in it. Penelope Cruz, I don't even know who else is in it. Hold on. Jesse Buckley, Christian Bale, Peter Skarsgård, Annette Bening, Jake Gyllenhaal, Penelope Cruz, Julian Ho, John Magoro, Jeannie Berlin, Linda Emmond, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, well, yeah, so we're going to talk about the older and better movie next week. If you haven't seen it, maybe check it out between now and then. And yeah, you know, we'll see you then. Appreciate all the likes, the watches, the subs. You guys are awesome for sticking around. Hope you had a great night watching. Hope you guys have a great Tuesday and a great rest of the week. And we shall see you all